chministries.org/budget to learn more. That's chministries.org/budget.
Hey guys, George Camel here. You know, people ask me all the time, George, what's your number one money-saving hack? And you know me, I've got frugal tips for days. So here's one that might surprise you. Get on a budget. And not just any budget, an every dollar budget. With every dollar, you'll get a clear picture of your spending and easily see where you can cut back. So, what's the hack here? Well, the average person frees up $395 doing their very first budget. So start saving more money with the Every Dollar app. Go download it for free today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Bill O'Neill. During a Homeland Security news conference led by Secretary Kristi Noem, California Senator Alex Padilla was forcibly removed and handcuffed after attempting to ask a question about ICE activity in L.A.
I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground.
Noem claims she had never heard from Padilla prior to the event, but Padilla says he has asked multiple times for information on the arrests.
The people united.
Violent anti-ICE protests arrived in Tucson this week, where KOLD-TV reports at least 3 people were detained yesterday. Video clips show a security officer who was hit with a water bottle, firing a less-than-lethal gun in response. Mass protesters holding makeshift shields as they inch toward the security team, and a member of the security team setting off what appeared to be a flashbang device. At one point, a security officer sprayed a chemical irritant at protesters. A protester responded by firing an even larger amount of an irritant at security officers there. Immigrant communities on edge from the rise in deportations by the Trump administration. Luis Acosta is an Oracle strategist as well as a DACA recipient. He tells the War Room on Outspoken he doesn't see the same protections he had a year ago, being so explicit.
If I'm at Scottsdale Fashion Square and I'm speaking without an accent and I go outside and, I just so happen to have the brownest skin out of all the shoppers there and ICE is there and they pick me up, I've seen the videos of them just throwing people randomly into the back of a van.
He adds the recent L.A. protests are proving that many communities are prioritizing immigration when they look at the president's priorities. The United States and China agreeing, at least in principle, to a trade deal that could ease tensions between the two superpowers. The specific details of the deal are still a bit unclear. That has business experts like Arizona Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Danny Seiden staying cautiously optimistic.
I'll be honest, I wish the announcement today had more specifics, and I wish it had more concrete detail about what is going to give up, what has to be given up, and what's next, and what are these timeframes, and how do we kind of make this permanent? And also, let's reduce the tariffs.
Trump says China would supply rare earth minerals to the United States, but tariffs on Chinese products would actually increase to 55%. The agreement also reportedly includes protections for Chinese students after the administration had threatened to revoke visas. The United States will be sending resources to India to help investigate the Air India plane crash into a residential area after a takeoff today. There were 241 people on board that plane killed, along with an unknown number of people on the ground. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says federal investigators will be heading to India, along with representatives from the companies that are involved.
I would just note that India leads the investigation. We're there to provide any assistance that India may need as they go through which appears to be a somewhat lengthy investigation on this crash.
One survivor of that crash was actually apparently thrown from the jet as it was crashing down to the ground. Sunshine and highs in the hundreds this week. That doesn't mean monsoons aren't out of the question as we head into summer. That includes the weather effects that they can bring with them.
Downburst winds or high winds that race out of a collapsing thunderstorm. They can knock down trees, power lines, and even rip off roofs.
When I came in, there was wood and the roof all over the ground. Out front, out back, it was everywhere. It was at the apartments behind us. It was everywhere.
Downbursts are destructive and dangerous. Wind speeds often top 60 miles an hour. So anytime there's a storm in the area, please seek shelter immediately.
That's Faye Fredericks with our TV partners at ABC 15. Now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. A look at those roads. Just getting word of a crash at 32nd Street and Thunderbird Road in Phoenix. We are working on a crash as well. This is at eastbound US 60 near Rural Road in the Tempe area. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Your forecast this afternoon, another hot one. Mostly sunny skies and a high of 108 degrees today. Clear skies overnight will fall down to 83 by morning. Sunshine tomorrow, once again, 108 degrees to round out the work week. Then we really warm it up over the weekend under mostly sunny skies both Saturday and Sunday as well. 110 for a high on Saturday. Get ready for 113 degrees on Sunday. Sunshine out there right now, 104 in Chandler. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
In life, there should always be that one person that you can count on.
Okay.
Are you that guy for me?
I don't know. Am I?
If I get one phone call from jail, can I count on you?
Wait, so I'm going to be in jail?
No.
Oh, you're the one in jail.
I'm going to get arrested.
So you're counting on me to pick up or to get you out?
Yeah, both.
You can definitely count on me to pick up.
Uh-huh.
It depends how much your bail is.
So if you haven't followed it, I'm going to give you a brief story before we get into actual news. So there's been a saga going on at my place, and I think I might get arrested.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Or at least sued. It could be theft. Could just be civil suit. I don't have any idea.
This is not where I thought you were going to go here.
No.
I thought you were going to ridicule me for something to start the show with.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. So anybody that's been following my Instagram has seen that there's been this ongoing saga of an iPad got delivered to my house, right?
Yeah.
It's not, I didn't order an iPad.
Right.
But whoever was the resident before, it seems to be in that person's name.
But it was delivered correctly to
my
your
address.
address.
Yes.
Just different name.
Right.
And you opened it because you're curious.
Well, I opened it because I don't check the name on the package before I open things that are delivered to my door because I live there.
Yeah.
Right. So my son was telling me, he's like, that's a federal offense. You could go to prison. I don't think that's why I'm getting arrested.
Okay.
But I don't know. So it has been an absolute saga. I'll cut to the chase. We couldn't get a hold of the person whose info was on the packing slip.
Yeah, you've reached out to them.
A couple times. They didn't answer. And then we reached out to Office Depot because they're the ones that shipped it. And Office Depot said, call us back on Monday.
Do you think they're trying to set you up?
This was last week. Well, no, I don't think so. I don't think they're trying to set me up. I just think that incompetence runs rampant in customer service around the world. This isn't just an Office Depot issue. This is just customer service in general. So finally, and my son's been the one who's been taking care of this. So maybe I'll throw him under the bus and tell the officers to pick him up.
Definitely.
So he finally gets a hold of somebody at Office Depot that can help him. And they said, well, we'll have UPS come pick it up.
Okay.
On Wednesday. They did not. So this morning, OnTrack shows up and they said, we're here.
Is OnTrack UPS? I'm not familiar with OnTrack.
They're another delivery system.
Okay.
Right? So they show up and they go, we're here. My son goes, good, it's about time. Here's the package. They go, this says you have two. We do not have two iPads that were mistakenly delivered to the wrong address more than a week ago that we've been trying diligently every day for the last 7 days to get somebody to come take because it's not ours.
I mean, you showed me one, Chris. What about the other one?
We are trying not to steal this thing, and they're making it very difficult. So my son goes, and it was before 11 a.m., so he's already in I'm going to murder you in your sleep mode. Right? My son is not a morning person. He's like you. And they go, where's the other one? He goes, what other one? They go, according to my slip, there should be two. And he goes, well, there aren't. And he gives it to him. He goes, that's all you get today. Take it or leave it. So they took it. So I'm thinking now, are we all of a sudden going to be like, where's the other package?
Yeah.
There was no other package.
So you say.
Right. Now all of a sudden it's going to be, you guys stole it.
It's awfully convenient. You opened it. You admitted you opened it.
You're right.
And you got two.
No, I didn't get two.
You kept one.
I did not get two. It's the problem. And they said there's two packages to pick up. So somebody goofed up when they were entering a quantity in there. And I'm sure that Office Depot is going to go, hey, why'd this guy steal an iPad? We tried to give him one and make him steal it, but then he wouldn't. So now we're going to say he stole a different one. So that's been my week.
So man, dude, how crazy would it be?
So if I get arrested for theft.
But what about this? So what if originally there were 2 packages on your door.
Oh, and somebody else stole one?
And somebody came by and took one.
Wouldn't that be great?
And left you with one, and you're like, 2? No, I only got 1. And now you're totally set up, and what are you supposed to do?
Wouldn't that be something? Unbelievable. It's mistaken identity.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even steal somebody's identity. It was a little bit of mistaken identity, which coming up here at 2:45, you're going to hear about mistaken identity, where all of a sudden a law enforcement officer got arrested, or I should say detained, and you're going to find out what they did. Again, that's coming up 2:45 today. We're going to continue, as we discussed yesterday, Homeland Security and their ICE enforcement, as well as their Homeland Security investigations, and we got a whole breakdown, too, yesterday. Did you get that from the Home Office?
The office of our overlords?
Bonneville, yeah.
I did.
It was this whole breakdown of what the different divisions are, and don't screw this up on the air.
Yeah. Did you look at it?
I did.
Very thoroughly?
Not enough to memorize it.
Well, why are you even bringing it up now then?
Because I want to make sure I don't get it wrong, and I'm counting on you.
Usually it will just be used against us.
Oh, my gosh.
So it's best if we just fly by the seat of our pants.
Okay. CBP is part of Homeland Security. That's Customs and Border Protection.
Oh, definitely don't read it on the air. Now it's all going to be used against us.
I want to make sure everybody knows what this is.
Can't you just play some fun music under this and make it a lot better?
Oh, I could probably do that.
That would make it much more Chris and Joey.
See if I can find something in here.
Yeah, I mean, just anything. Just anything.
Yeah, I got the right thing in my mind if I have it. I don't know if I have it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't. Here, this will be fine. This will work.
Good.
Okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
In the time.
Okay, no,
this
that's
is
fine.
good.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Continue.
All under Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection, CBP. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is ICE. Citizenship and Immigration Services is USCIS.
Okay.
But then you also have the ERO, which is Enforcement and Removal Operations. And then you have HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigations.
Can I just tell you?
Yeah.
Side note, I realize we're on the air, but does this feel like it was written by somebody who doesn't do what we do?
Yes.
Just to hold us accountable? Like, you got that wrong. How could you say that?
Why would you say that was... why would you say it was ICE when it was Enforcement and Removal
Operations? I'm just trying to quickly explain and not get mucked up in the details here.
Man.
And you said HSI, you didn't say ICE, and then you said CBP, and
Yeah, right.
Get it right.
But also, why do we have to have so many different divisions?
Why
do they all have to
government.
be working? I know
The feds.
it. And they all have to have their own little acronyms and initials and everything else. It makes me crazy. Okay, enough whining about that. So, now you know, ICE is Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
HSI, Homeland Security Investigates.
They showed up at a bar in Tempe for some staging.
Now, 2 of them did.
This is what set things off in the Los Angeles suburb last weekend that sparked so much ire from the president, where he sent the National Guard out. That happened in Paramount, California, which is not Los Angeles, California, but it's a suburb. So in Tempe, at the, what's the name of the...
Yucca Tap Room?
Yucca Tap Room, that's right. I wanted to make sure I got it right. So they showed up and started staging.
You better get it right over there.
Yeah. They were staging in the parking lot. And I don't know how they get away with that, other than it's a shared parking lot in this plaza.
Oh, and Tempe police even say that they're not involved in the operation. I'm assuming they're not even reached out to. They're not tipped off that this is going to happen. But they made it very clear.
Question.
They say Homeland Security Investigations.
That's HSI.
A division of ICE.
Which is a division of Homeland Security.
Served and executed a federal warrant near Danielle Plaza. Tempe police were not involved in the operation.
But I thought that the police were supposed to be involved in these operations in order to provide cover for the federal agents as they execute these warrants and such.
In this case, Tempe police not involved in the operation. Or, to your point, are they involved in like crowd control?
But that's
but not the operation.
Oh, so now we're parsing words when we put out our statement. Like,
maybe.
It wasn't us. We were just there. Maybe. We don't know.
We do not.
Yucca Tap Room put out a note that said, ICE is staging in our parking lot. No, we didn't invite them. No, we're not cooperating. Yes, we're just as annoyed as you are. Apparently, they thought staging next to a music venue and art installations was the next frontier in intimidation tactics. Obviously, we got a political statement going on here. To be crystal clear, Yucca Tap Room has nothing to do with ICE and never will. No, because you don't want ice in your beer.
Tempe Mayor Corey Woods posts on Facebook, says, police department not involved. Actions that target our immigrant communities with fear and intimidation do not make us safer. They make our entire city less secure. When families are afraid to report crime, seek medical care, or send their children to school, we all suffer.
Okay. So now we've got ICE showing up and doing their staging, which that's fine. They're going to do enforcement. They're going to do the stage. But this has become more spectacle than enforcement. Joe, you were looking up some numbers, as I recall, and you were talking about deportations during Trump's administration versus the Biden administration.
Mm-hmm.
And the big difference is that the Trump administration is looking for people who are already here. Many of the Biden administration deportations were...
They were turning them around right at the border.
Right. So sometimes when we take a look at the numbers, they're not exactly apples to apples.
They're definitely not. And some of that was the Biden administration's problem as well, where they were not securing the border very well. So you'd have people come across several times, and they'd turn them back around. They were good at turning them around.
Right.
Not so good at stopping them from coming in.
Right.
Trump administration has done a pretty dang good job of sealing off.
I don't know. Are they sealing the border better, or is it just that the word has gotten out?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fair.
I think it is both. I think the word's gotten out, and I think they've done a better job of sealing the border off from those crossing illegally. And now the Trump administration, though, is continuing to try to keep the numbers up because that's what the president campaigned on.
And what's the easiest way to keep the numbers up? You go after the low-hanging fruit. People who are mulling around in a parking lot looking for work, right? Day laborers.
Yeah, you find...
Easy to find.
You find anybody who you believe is here illegally.
Go to farms, go to agricultural centers, go to meatpacking plants.
Home Depot parking lots, to your point. Yeah.
Right. But we know that there are certain industries that rely on immigrant labor.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we cracking down on those industries? This is what continues to drive me crazy today. Why isn't Immigration and Customs Enforcement going after the employers? We know who's employing people, largely. I mean, not everybody, but you get it. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But first, here's Bill O'Neill with the top story right now.
And this is what you need to know right now. Lori Vallow Daybell, known as the Doomsday Mom, has been found guilty in a second Arizona murder conspiracy case. A jury says she helped plot the 2019 shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, her niece's ex-husband in Gilbert. Daybell is already serving a life sentence in Idaho for killing her 2 children. United Nations member nations voting overwhelmingly today to demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the release of all hostages held by Hamas, and unrestricted access for the delivery of desperately needed food to 2 million Palestinians. The vote in the 193-member General Assembly was 149 to 12. There were 19 abstentions. It strongly condemns the use of starvation of civilians as a method of warfare. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And checking our temperatures right now in Phoenix, we're at 103 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today is we continue to see ICE doing their stagings and getting ready to execute what I assume are warrants against people that they say are here illegally. We have some local businesses that are saying we're not a part of this. They might be in our parking lot, but it is not our bag.
We don't like it any more than you do.
We've got local police agencies that are saying, we're not a part of this. This is their deal. Don't look at us for this stuff. That's not our bag.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I kind of wonder, why is it that we don't see Immigrations and Customs Enforcement going after employers? Because that seems to me like the easiest pickings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we know when we see a landscaping company that not everybody there is here with papers. Right? I mean, at
least with some of the companies, we assume that.
If you are abandoning the whole "we're going to get the bad guys first" mantra, which of course we've done, because we're like, you've been here 30 years and been paying taxes and raised 3 children here, and everybody in your family is legal, but you don't have documents. We're going to deport you to El Salvador now.
Yep.
We're seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, MS-13 still continues to operate. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're obviously not breaking up the gangs. We're going after grandpas.
Yeah.
So that's happening.
When I talked with Broomhead this morning, I made the analogy with him. You love analogies, Chris.
I do.
I said, I don't understand why, if we know the problem is both individuals coming in illegally and businesses employing people who are here illegally, think about it like drugs. It's common sense that you go after the people who are dealing the drugs, but also in this country, we go after the kingpins. We go up the chain.
Yeah.
But it seems like with what's going on in this case, we're not going after any of the businesses that are employing
100%
the people
agree
who
with
are
you.
here illegally.
We go after drug users, we go after drug dealers, and we
Mm-hmm.
go after the kingpins. If we talk about prostitution, we go after the Johns and the prostitutes and the pimps, right?
But when it comes a little bit, yes, for the most
I
part.
don't need your expertise on prostitution, Joe. Thank
Okay.
you. But when it comes to immigration, we only go after the immigrants. And you got to wonder why. Now, I'm not going to make race part of this. This is not part of my reasoning here. Some of you are immediately going to say that. I'm not going to go down that path. But in immigration, you've got two drivers. You've got push and pull. You've probably heard this argument before. Something pushing people away from their countries, and then maybe you've got something drawing them into the new country. Push and pull boil down to something that we've talked about many times before, the two emotions that drive human behavior, fear and greed. Push and pull, right? You got fear for your lives or greed for a better life. Those are the basic drivers. That's what this boils down to. So employers of illegal immigrants, they also have fear and greed, but largely driven by greed because you've got cheap labor. That means keeping costs down. That means lower prices. That means more sales. That means higher profit. The only fear they have is getting caught. So if you're a farmer and you are trying, you've got razor thin margins, you got to keep your labor costs down. No better way to do that than to hire somebody who's willing to work hard, long hours for low wages.
Yeah.
That's not happening from, I don't know, name some boring rich white kid name. Brofius.
Perfect. I don't know any Brofiuses, but yes. I would ask you, though, if I am a farmer, wouldn't that fear that I could be shut down if I get busted, wouldn't that be powerful?
That would be. However, if immigration enforcement isn't going after the employers who are breaking the laws, then they have no fear.
Like there's some kind of nudge, nudge, wink, wink?
I mean, you said it. I mean, what fear is there? There is no reason to address the issue if you know that you aren't going to get busted. They get carte blanche because as a society, we reward greed. We want low prices. We are not paying 30% more from products from places that are following the rules. If my neighbor is running a farm and he's selling a head of lettuce for 50 cents, and I'm doing things legitimately, and my head of lettuce is $1.50, which head of lettuce are you buying? They taste the same.
Dude, the 50-cent one.
Of course you are.
Even if they taste that 50-cent one tastes a little funky, I'm probably eating it.
As long as there are jobs available, the pull is here to come to the United States. And even our low-wage jobs in agriculture and food packing and construction are still far and above what people might be making in their own countries. To them, the risk is worth it. But here's your big but, Joe. I know you like big butts. You know why?
I cannot lie.
That's why.
Tell
there was a raid at a food packing plant, a meat production plant in Omaha yesterday. And now they didn't go after the plant itself. They went only after the workers. Chad Hartman is the president of the food packing company, and he said that the front office was stunned by the aggressive nature of federal officials' raids and confused by why the company was targeted. He said, my biggest issue is why us? We do everything by the book. The plant uses E-Verify, the federal database used to check immigration status of employees. And when he said as much to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers who carried out the raid, they told him the E-Verify system is broken.
Yeah, and isn't that the federal government's fault, not his fault?
That's kind of what he said. He said, what am I supposed to do with that? This is your system run by the government, and you're raiding me because your system is broken? But I also wonder about this. If the system is broken, like the ICE officers told Meatpacker, where are the legislators working to fix the issue? Yeah. And maybe they don't care because as long as their beef stays cheap, they're fine with it. But then I also got to thinking about this. Joe, you don't like paperwork.
No.
No, I know you don't. I was talking with an HR professional about the E-Verify system, and she said, it is a pain. I said, why is it such a pain? She goes, I have to have driver's license, I have to have birth certificate, I have to have copies of these things, and I have to cross-reference them. You know, I have to have all the different things that are on your I-9 form, and I have to cross-reference them, and I have to put them into the computer, and then if anything is awry, I get a flag. And she says she's gotten flags from U.S. citizens before because the government screwed up some of the other paperwork. She said, it is such a pain. I said, how is somebody that doesn't know the American system and barely speaks English supposed to do that? Are there people in these companies that are trying to help people through their own paperwork system to make sure they get the cheap labor? I got to believe that's happening.
What was funny is you mentioned Chad Hartman, who's the president of this food packing plant. He contacted his representative, Don Bacon, who's a Republican. And Bacon represents all sorts of Nebraska leaders, things like that. And Bacon had issued a statement saying that the ICE raid, which sought to investigate stolen identities, ICE verified that Glen Valley Foods, this company, complied with E-Verify 100% and was also a victim.
They're victims now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So who's the bad guy?
Well, it's obviously the person from a different country. Always.
So they are so smart and so sinister that they have figured out how to crack E-Verify.
Yes. That's how they did it. While the enforcement arm of Homeland Security might not be going after employers, the raids are still hurting their businesses, so much so that the good news we've been talking about in the economy might be about to shift. You're going to find out why this monsoon season could be tougher to handle thanks to ICE raids next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Also, Joe, before you start with your endorsement here.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to make that a part of this, Chris, because you said yesterday.
Yeah.
I said to you, give me a number, 1 to 10. And you said?
17.
And I said I needed a number 1 to 10 because that was how many miles I was going to do.
Did you do your 17 miles?
But 17 is not between 1 and 10, Chris.
So how many did you do?
Well, Chris, you tell me what that says right there.
19.7 miles
there
you
did.
Go. Good for you.
There you go, buddy.
All right.
So I did about 19 miles and change yesterday because the whole time I was out there, I thought to myself, this Chris Merrill, I'm going to stick it to him.
Because you knew I was going to bring it up today.
Oh, I knew it was coming up. My plantar fasciitis, though, that I had years ago, not dealing with it now. My feet, they couldn't be better thanks to Good Feet. And I can't advise you strongly enough to go to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting at goodfeet.com or walk into any of the 5 Valley Good Feet stores, Glendale, Gilbert, Goodyear, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale. If you've got any foot, leg, knee, hip, back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's summer right now, incredibly hot. It's also the best time to take care of your body. Make sure you're doing everything you can to make sure that you feel your best. And it doesn't matter if you want to feel better when you're on your feet at work or if you're putting in big miles like I did last night. Get to goodfeet.com. Book your free personalized arch support fitting. Summer vacations, they're upon us. I want you to feel the best when you're on your feet. Enjoy summer to the fullest. Get to goodfeet.com today. Good feet, good life.
And now, a no-frills ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Here it is. You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's it. See? Just a good old-fashioned, straightforward ad. See if you could save at Progressive.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don't risk an AC breakdown this summer. Call Rias, your local air conditioning expert. From maintenance to same-day repair, Rias keeps your home cool. Make your AC happy with a Rias Refresh, our advanced AC tune-up, and get your AC running at peak performance. Over $1,000 in value, now just $89.99. Go to reis.com/happy.
Rias, call Rias. You'll be happy to see us. REEIS.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads, great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage, weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans, also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke. Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 2:30. I'm Becky Lynn. Guilty. Another guilty murder verdict for the so-called doomsday mom, Lori Vallow Daybell. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the conviction details.
A jury has found Lori Vallow Daybell guilty for conspiring to kill her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux, in Chandler 2019. Prosecutor Trina Kay said in her closing, Boudreaux believed the shooting that nearly missed him was related to the murder of Charles Vallow months prior.
He saw the rifle come out. He saw what he believed was a silencer at the end.
Representing herself, Vallow Daybell argued she was not involved.
Brandon Boudreaux decided that I was responsible for his family tragedy, and I'm really sorry that he feels that way.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to object again to testimony.
Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Vallow Daybell is already serving a life sentence for the murders of her two children in Idaho. President Trump seemingly softening his stance on farm and hospitality workers who've been targeted by ICE agents. Reports of agents running down farm workers in California have been widespread, and farm owners say their workers aren't showing up for fear they might be arrested. Here's what the president said at the White House today.
If you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that.
Violent anti-ICE protests arrived in Tucson this week, where KOLD TV reports at least 3 people were detained yesterday. Video clips show a security officer who was hit with a water bottle firing a less-than-lethal gun in response, masked protesters holding makeshift shields as they inched toward the security team, and a member of the security team setting off what appeared to be a flashbang device. At one point, a security officer sprayed a chemical irritant at protesters. A protester responded by firing an even larger amount of irritant at the security officers. Let's take a look at traffic right now. We've got Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Slow down on 202 westbound at the Stack, and also on I-10 past Tonopah westbound. You've got a slow down there as well. Lots of wrecks to report right now on the city streets. In Phoenix, we've got 64th Drive and Osborne, 94th Street and Bell, Central and Vineyard and Thunderbird and 32nd Street. And in Surprise, there's a wreck at Mountain View and Joshua Tree. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Today's forecast, 108 for a high and 108 on Friday. And our excessive heat warning is for the weekend, 110 on Saturday and 113 on Sunday, which, by the way, is Father's Day. It's 109 right now in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris and Joe. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And did you know we're on YouTube? You can watch and listen to our show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today.
Okay. All right. Got it. YouTube.
That's where you can.
Yep, I see us now.
You will see me pointing at my watch when Joe keeps talking well after we're supposed to be going to break.
Why would you do that?
Because why would you go so long? I don't understand you.
I just am trying to get all our points in and make our show good.
Did
Have
you?
Fun.
Did you happen to see? We don't do it. Did you happen to see? There is concern for the housing industry right now.
I did not.
Yeah, as we continue to talk about the immigration crackdown that we're seeing nationwide, and we're not targeting the worst of the worst, the criminals, the murderers, the rapists, the drug dealers, the escapees from the insane asylums.
We're taking anyone and everyone.
Anyone and everyone, right. And so some people who are here on work visas or are here with they're carrying papers with them just because they don't want mistaken identity, which you're going to hear about a case of mistaken identity gone wrong here in our next segment. But I happened to read a story out of Orange County, California, which is the reddest county in California.
Okay.
Okay, that's where Nixon and Reagan came from, was Orange County.
All right.
Okay. So California's home building industry is growing, and this pertains to us too. California's home building industry is growing jittery over the immigration raids and what they might mean to an industry already facing labor shortages. California is home to 1.8 million undocumented workers, the highest concentration in the U.S. Roughly 41% of the construction workforce is foreign-born, and most of them employed in home building.
Well, good, Chris. This means that the Americans who can't get a job right now can go and work in construction.
Yeah, but they're not. That's always been available because, again, it is an industry that is already facing labor shortages, which means they've been hiring. Which means those jobs for good, hardworking Americans have already been there. And I think you have to keep in mind, too, whenever we see the unemployment rate drop to 4%, below 4%, I know we're a little higher than 4% right now, but
not by much.
You do get to a point. No, we still have really good, basically full employment. But you and I have been to Circle K after 11:30 p.m. before, right?
Yeah.
You see a lot of people roaming around, hanging out outside the Circle K at 11:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Grown men with BMX bikes. Those are the people who are left to be hired.
Dude, I went to, I won't name the establishment, a grocery store last night. I'd never been to this grocery store before.
Okay.
And it's a fine grocery store, but let's just say it wasn't Whole Foods. It wasn't Sprouts.
Okay.
And the parking lot?
Dregs.
I was definitely hustling to get to my car.
Yeah. So,
that wasn't fearful, but I was like, you know what? I don't want to dilly-dally.
You do have people who are unemployed still. But oftentimes the people that are unemployed are not the kind of people that you want to hire or even want to work.
Well, you wonder, too, how employable are they? Like, to your point,
they're not.
They don't necessarily want to work. And even if you did want to hire them, could they do the job?
No. And even if they could, are they going to show up? Right? So multiple home builders with projects in Southern California, including Lennar, the Olson Company, Patterson Custom Homes, Toll Brothers, and Point Homes. Pointy. They did not respond to requests for comment on how raids sweeping through the region by Immigration and Customs Enforcement might affect their projects. So some of these are names that you see here.
Sure.
Some of these are nationwide, sometimes regional home builders. Right.
Yep.
But just the same, you've got home builders in Arizona, which has one of the largest, most diverse populations, I'm going to say. And by diverse, I mean white or Hispanic. That's about it. Well, I guess you've got indigenous too. But as far as other states, you may have African Americans might be the second largest population. In Arizona, it's not, right? So we basically got a large Hispanic population and whites and indigenous. So if all of a sudden you've got people not going to work because they're afraid their workplace is going to get raided, or their workplace is getting raided and now people are being cuffed, who's building the homes?
They're not being built.
But they're certainly not going to be finished.
But now, yes, we have a shortage of homes in the valley.
Yeah.
But we were talking yesterday. Was it yesterday or was it Tuesday? Where we were talking about how the makeup of the valley looks right now, and there is abundant supply. And there are actually more people trying to sell than to buy right now, which is the first time in a long time that that's happened.
Let me correct you one thing.
Okay.
We do not have abundant supply.
We have more sellers than buyers.
Yes. And right now, you've got what they call a 3.5 month supply.
Okay.
And for some economists, they say to actually be a buyer's market, we have to have a 6-month supply. So we are still in a housing shortage issue, but people aren't buying the houses right now.
Yeah, it's kind of, again, it's how you want to look at the market right now.
Right.
Yeah, to your point, there are some who say, no, still a seller's market, but...
Or at least more even.
It's definitely, there are more homes out there that are being sold than there are buyers for those homes for right now.
There are more homes, you're right, for sale.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's where this starts to worry me even more.
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with this, Joe, but I'm old enough to remember the old days of Arizona.
Which were?
Well, it was when summer used to come around and we used to have these storms come through.
Oh.
Now, I know it's been a while. Well, you call them monsoons.
Haboobs?
Well, we have haboobs, too, which are giant dust storms. It's very good. I'm glad you've done your reading. Now, it's been a few years since this has happened, because it just certainly hasn't happened in the last 2 hottest years on record. But they're actually predicting that this year, says the old Moron's Almanac, that the monsoon this year is going to be more significant than the last few years. If we have a couple of bad storms rip through the valley, who's going to do the roofing? If we are losing construction workers, who's going to repair the roofs?
Well, isn't the assumption that the same companies will? They'll just have fewer employees to do it because
it might not get done until December is the problem.
It'll take longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the same companies will still be there, but they're not going to have enough people. They're not going to be able to run as many crews.
No, they're not going to. Some will probably fold and maybe absorb other crews, and it's going to take longer if you have a problem to get it fixed.
All right. So I guess the test will be if we do have a heavy monsoon
If you get a bunch of hail damage, might take longer to fix that. If you have a bunch of roof issues, might take longer to fix that. Yeah, everybody will suffer.
While your attention is on the raids in SoCal, there's plenty popping off in Arizona. You've heard about the protests turning violent in Peoria, and we discussed the staging area in Tempe that has businesses frustrated. Did you hear about the high-profile U.S. citizen who matched the description of someone ICE was looking for? When you find out who it was, you're going to realize that this boo-boo is extra embarrassing. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, yesterday we had Joe Flieger from Advanced Window Products in the studio, and I got to tell you, he was a great guy to get to know. Been with that company for, 27 years? Company's been in business for 40 years. And then we started talking about how much money you can save on the top quality glass in the business, Cardinal glass, which is in every single Advanced Window product. And you can also get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more for your home. Now, what you didn't hear is that, because we just didn't have enough time, is that usually when you get an estimate, you're going to find out that Advanced Window Products typically comes in about half or even a third the price of some of those other big names, the nationwide manufacturers that you've heard about. And our glass is made right here. Advanced Window Products, $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows, the best glass in the business, and a local company with local installers and a lifetime warranty, including glass breakage. So if little Timmy hits your window with a baseball, they come out and fix it for free. Doesn't get better than that. Call them today. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products. Again, 480-764-2002.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me stays safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio, as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Wildly inappropriate. That's how House Speaker Mike Johnson describes what happened in Los Angeles when Senator Alex Padilla was forcefully removed after interrupting Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem's press conference. The California Democrat was trying to speak up about immigration raids in L.A. that have led to protests, which have prompted a federal response. Padilla took a step toward Noem and was grabbed and shoved out of the room by Secret Service. Johnson at a post-vote press conference.
What I saw was agents asking him to quieten down so that the secretary could continue her press conference. He refused to do so. What were they supposed to do? They have to restrain someone who is engaging in that kind of behavior. They moved him out of the room.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. More hot temps on the way. In fact, there's an excessive heat warning in effect for our weekend. Today, 108 is what we're expecting, but 113 by Sunday. Right now, checking the forecast in Mesa, it's 105. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
And remember, if you're listening to the program on the KTAR News app,
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Ah, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Beat the heat this summer with AC service from Howard Aaron Plumbing. AC system not working properly? Call Howard Aaron Plumbing today and mention Gatos and get your diagnostic fee waived with any major repair. Need a free second opinion? Howard Aaron Plumbing's friendly professional technicians will get you an honest free second opinion on any installation or repair estimate. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing 602-953-2766 or schedule your appointment online at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
Chris and Joe, afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, take two. We'll try it again. Here we go. Yeah! If you're listening on the KTAR News app, you can see that little microphone icon on the bottom. If you tap on that, that allows you to leave us some feedback. It's basically like a voicemail, and you just leave a message, and if there's anything worth a crap, we'll play it on the air. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, my friends.
Yes.
Happy Father's Day. That is coming up on Sunday. This is your reminder to go get that ugly tie for Dad today. We'll talk more about that tomorrow at 3 o'clock on the program.
Yeah, you'd been teasing that there was a case of mistaken identity.
Yeah. So this happened in Tucson. And I guess that ICE was trying to crack down.
Okay.
They were doing a raid. And they saw somebody who matched what they say is a general description of someone they were looking for.
So,
the general description of the subject being sought by ICE.
Okay, and who did that someone turn out to be?
It was a U.S. Marshal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now, how the heck does that happen? I would think...
Well, it
like,
depends.
what was the description? Wouldn't a U.S. Marshal have some identification on them to say, I'm a U.S. Marshal? How vague was the description?
That's a good question. We don't have a lot more of the details.
No, we do not.
Because I think they're trying to make this go away.
But they did quickly confirm the Deputy U.S. Marshal's identity.
Yeah.
And
no details on how the brief detention unfolded, whether the deputy was cuffed and stuffed, or if there was any resistance on his part.
Exited the building without incident.
Right. Which they would say anyway, since they just arrested a U.S. Marshal and they don't want to make it look bad.
Well, did they arrest him or just detain him?
Detained.
Or it could be she. He or she.
You're right. We don't mean to be sexist.
It was a person.
Joe is being a bit sexist about it, but I'm just saying the U.S. Marshal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Joe did.
So now, I guess, if I can ask the question, Joe, I mean, what was the general description?
That's the question.
Brown? Was that the general description?
That's an assumption.
It's Tucson. You're doing an ICE raid in Tucson.
I don't know. I would assume that.
Yeah. So they were like, we are looking for a brown person in Tucson. They're like, oh.
Probably roughly
40 years old.
5
8,
5 to 6 foot.
Maybe a mustache. Let's get him. That guy matches our description.
Wouldn't a deputy likely be wearing... I would just think they'd be wearing a uniform.
No. I mean, you've probably been on planes with marshals on it that you don't know about. I mean, it's...
They are plain clothes there, yeah. Okay, so...
and he might not have been at work either.
You said he again.
They might not have been at work either. Them might not have been at work either.
Better.
Thank you. I got to tell you this. It feels like the country is okay with legal U.S. residents and U.S. citizens and even U.S. Marshals being detained or arrested or deported, as long as it's done in the name of fixing the immigration invasion.
Yeah, but doesn't it kind of bring up the question of if they're wrongfully apprehending and detaining deputy U.S. Marshals, and they're willing to admit that they did, isn't this likely going on in the community as well with individuals who should not be detained?
Mistaken identity?
Yeah.
You mean, and then I would say it's far worse. You're exactly right. And then not only this, you've got a U.S. Marshal, and it says, grab my wallet, you idiots. And you're going to see that you just detained the wrong guy, right? Or, or them. That one's a little easier to clear up. But what if you go into a community, as you pointed out, and you've got your description is general and vague, and suddenly they're just grabbing whoever they can. They go, no, you're this person. And they go, no, look at my ID. And they go, we don't believe your ID. It can go so much further. In this case, it was resolved relatively quickly. But what happens, to your point, Joe, when it's somebody who doesn't have that kind of authority? But the resolution might not be figured out until they get to El Salvador or Guantanamo.
I'm not okay with it. But luckily, you and I don't have the same fears that some people, you mentioned Brown, would likely be having right now.
You're exactly right, which is not great for a free society.
No, not at all.
I mean, the idea that general description...
It's a bad look.
It is a bad look. Such a bad look. And I feel like it's a mistake that we can see coming and we keep repeating. I mean, this is why SB 1070 got shut down. It was like, that feels racist.
But it's getting worse.
And it's not, exactly. So at some point, when does a general description become a specific enough description that you go, you're not making this mistake over and over again? And right now, they don't seem to be operating on that standard. And that is of grave concern to me. Arizona families need our help. Join Bruce and Gatos this month and be outspoken against hunger. Just $1 will provide 5 meals at St. Mary's Food Bank. The goal is 200,000 meals, and it starts with you. Text FOOD to 620-620, and together we can change lives. That's FOOD to 620-620 to donate. Outspoken against hunger, supporting St. Mary's Food Bank. I was surprised that $1 makes 5 meals.
Yeah. You can make a huge difference, even $20. Think about that. Chris, $20. How many meals?
That would make 100.
Very good. Think about that. 100 meals.
I love that. I love that. All right, so text food to 620-620. The juiciest trial in the Valley since Jodi Arias wrapped up, and you've probably heard Becky Lynn talking about the verdict for Lori Daybell. You're going to get the whole scoop on where she went wrong while defending herself for murder. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Yeah, I had the privilege of wandering through the Clayton Homes display models over the weekend. And you know what I noticed that I thought was really interesting when I walked in? I keep telling you that these Clayton Homes, they're super high efficiency. They use hybrid water heaters. They've got high efficiency appliances, all this stuff. What really surprised me is when I walked in, I saw
what'd you notice?
They have the exact same thermostat we have in the studio.
Really?
They've got that exact same Ecobee thermostat.
Did you crank it down to like 62 in the Clayton Homes too?
I felt like it was my job to do that.
There you go.
And I did. And that was the other thing. When I walked in, the air conditioners were on. It felt incredibly comfortable. I just loved that. Clayton Homes is changing the way homes are being built. They make them affordable to buy, and they make them cost less to live in. Every Clayton-built home uses quality products from the world's most trusted brands, and it comes equipped with energy-smart features for year-round comfort. Right now, you can find a home under $150,000. That's a big deal. And right now, you get their big deal sales event. With the big deal sales event, like I say, under $150,000. That's a brand new home. Sales prices for the home only. It does not include required taxes, delivery, and installation. Installed price is going to be higher. Contact your local retailer for complete sales price information and for a list of eligible homes. Discount may not be available in all homes, may not be combined with any other offer. Visit your local Clayton Homes or Oakwood Homes near you and browse their limited deals at gobigandgohomesale.com. That's gobigandgohomesale.com.
Ugh, I gotta get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even?
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
Earbuds
easy.
and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free select DeWalt, Craftsman, or Cobalt tool with purchase of a select battery kit. Plus, get a free Werner 2-foot aluminum ladder when you buy an 8-foot fiberglass ladder. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
At Midwestern University Dental Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their student and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough dental care. I've known about it for years, but now I want you to experience the Midwestern difference for your family's dental care, including cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, orthodontics, surgery, and more. Midwestern University Dental Institute is in Glendale on 59th Avenue, just off the 101. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for health care.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Guilty.
Arizona mom Lori Vallow-Daybell has been found guilty for conspiring to kill her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. During closing, prosecutor Trina Kay said Boudreaux told police he suspected Vallow-Daybell was behind the 2019 Chandler shooting.
And then he heard and saw that bullet that hit the frame of his car.
Vallow-Daybell argued she had nothing to do with it.
You have seen opinions formed by strangers trying to put together a narrative.
Vallow-Daybell is already serving a life sentence for the murders of her 2 children in Idaho. Wildly inappropriate is how House Speaker Mike Johnson describes what happened in Los Angeles when Senator Alex Padilla was forcefully removed after interrupting Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem's press conference. The California Democrat was trying to speak up about immigration raids in L.A. that have led to protests, which have prompted a federal response. Padilla took a step toward Noem and was grabbed and shoved out of the room by Secret Service.
I think that behavior at a minimum is, it rises to the level of a censure. I think there needs to be a message sent by the body as a whole that is not what we are going to do. That's not how we're going to act.
The U.S. and China have agreed, at least in principle, to a trade deal that could ease tensions between the 2 superpowers. The specific details of the deal are still a bit unclear, but that has business experts like Arizona Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Danny Seiden staying cautiously optimistic.
I'll be honest, I wish the announcement today had more specifics, and I wish it had more concrete detail about what is going to give up, what has to be given up, and what's next, and what are these timeframes, and how do we kind of make this permanent? And also, let's reduce the tariffs.
Trump said China would supply rare earth minerals to the U.S., but tariffs on Chinese products would actually increase to 55%. The agreement also reportedly includes protections for Chinese students after the administration had threatened to revoke visas. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays joined a multi-state lawsuit this week to halt the sale of private genetic information. She's suing to prevent 23andMe, a popular DNA testing company, from auctioning a genetic database containing information from about 15 million customers. The company is trying to sell the data after filing for bankruptcy back in March. If your Tempe trip is taking you onto or near Mill Avenue, here's a heads up.
Starting Monday, Tempe is closing a section of Mill Avenue for 8 weeks to try to speed up a major improvement project. This affects Mill southbound from 5th Street to University Drive starting next week. More road restrictions are also going to be in effect as part of the Mill Avenue refresh. The city says the closure will help crews knock as much as 3 months off the construction schedule, and they'll try to get finished, at least as much as they can, before fall tourism tourism and event season. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
And you can find out more about this closure on KTAR.com. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's June 12th, and back on this day in 1974, they let girls play ball. Well, Little League Baseball did. They announced a decision to allow little girls to play. The change came after the organization lost a series of lawsuits in the state of New Jersey and faced growing legal challenges in other states. Originally founded in 1939, the league didn't officially prohibit girls from playing until 1951, when 12-year-old Kay Johnston cut her hair short, tried out for her local Little League team under the name Tubby, and made it. Even after her coach and teammates discovered her secret, her skills earned her a place on the team. She played first base. It was then the league made up the Tubby Rule, officially barring girls from the sport. And it was then the legal process was underway. And after countless trials, an appeal was affirmed by the Supreme Court, and girls were back on the field. And it all started back on this day, when little girls were allowed to play Little League Baseball in 1974.
Time to check on those roads now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Lynn, let's start in the North Valley at the 101 Pima Freeway. This one a little bit slow at this hour. We got a wreck with a medical emergency on 101 eastbound at Tatum. And then for 101 westbound at 7th Street, you've got a crash on the shoulder there. Moving on to Gilbert, there's some debris, reports of it blocking the right lane on the 202 loop eastbound near Val Vista. And as for the city streets, let's go to Gilbert once again. There's a crash on Ray and Lindsay and Chandler. There's a crash at Price and Willis, and in Phoenix, a wreck on 67th Drive and Osborne. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight, we'll see a low around 83 degrees. Then tomorrow, just about like today, 108, 109 perhaps, and our excessive heat warning kicks in 110 on Saturday and 113 on Sunday. It's 107 right now in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris and Joe. It's the Chris and Joe Show on KTAR News 92.3.
We had breaking news earlier this morning, and our own Heidi Hummel, KTAR News reporter, was all over this.
Is that what we dragged her in here for?
We did. So we've been watching the Lori Daybell conspiracy trial. Now, she's already been found guilty of killing just about everybody.
Murder conspiracy. She's only ever been convicted of conspiracy to commit murder or murder conspiracy, same charge.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I kind of compare her to, she was found guilty again today.
Right.
For conspiring to murder her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux, in October 2019.
So this blows me away because we got her kids involved, got an ex-husband.
Yep.
And then she was like, oh, you have problems with your husband too? I think I could take care of that.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, she's just vile. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's no sanctity of life with this woman. She's just like, everyone is expendable.
Exactly.
So they found her guilty.
They did.
Okay.
So this case, though, was conspiracy to kill her niece's ex-husband.
That's what we just said.
He's a Chandler man. His name's Brandon Boudreaux.
So what was she found guilty of in Idaho? Because that involved kids.
Murder conspiracy as well.
So it's all, you said it's all been murder conspiracy.
Because her fifth husband, current husband, Chad Daybell, he's the one who did the actual killing of the kids. So he is on death row in Idaho. He was found guilty for murder.
Is she going to end up on death row?
No, because she's never been found guilty for murder one.
Okay.
Just murder conspiracy.
I cut you off.
Plotting a murder.
You were going to say you were going to compare this to somebody else.
Charles Manson. She's like a modern-day Charles Manson, right? Because she's never actually done the killing, but she gets other people to do the killing for her. That's why she's been kind of compared to a cult leader. And so let me take you back to April. This past April, most recently, she stood her first Arizona trial. They extradited her and they wanted to do the Idaho trials first because they were her children. There's so many characters. I had to write some notes down. Yeah. Her son, JJ, he's 7 years old, and her daughter, Ty Lee, was 16 years old. So they were kids. So they wanted to do that trial first because, it's the death of children. How tragic. And so she was found guilty on murder conspiracy. Her husband, Chad Daybell, found guilty for murder one and that. Fast forward to last April, they extradite her here to Arizona. She stands trial for conspiring to murder her fourth husband, the man she was married to before Chad, Charles Vallow, in July 2019. So Charles actually died. Her brother, Lori's brother, Alex Cox, shot and killed Charles. And there was no question about who done it. He admitted they called 911, Chandler police arrived. He said, I just killed my brother-in-law in self-defense. And they took the
but he claimed
took the case, and let him go. You know, he didn't get taken to jail or anything that day. And then now, so that was July 2019. Now let's go to October 2019. Brandon Boudreaux, Lori's niece's ex-husband, standing in his driveway in Gilbert, someone shoots at him from a Jeep and it hits his car, nearly misses him, almost shot him in the head. So he lives to tell the tale, doesn't die. And then so he calls the police, makes a police report. They
just tried to kill me.
Yeah, and whoever was in the Jeep took off.
Okay.
So the theory that Trina Kay, the prosecutor, put forward is that it was probably Alex Cox, Lori's brother, the same guy who killed Charles Vallow. Now, in December of 2019, that same year, Alex Cox dies from blood clots in his lungs. So now the guy who's actually did the shooting of Charles Vallow,
he's gone too.
Maybe shot at Brandon Boudreaux. He's no longer around to be charged with any crime.
Was there any question about his death? The blood clots in the lungs, that seems like natural causes to me, but I'm not an MD.
There are some theories there, but
nothing they followed up on.
Exactly. I don't know if anyone will be charged with conspiring to murder him or murdering him.
With blood clots.
I think it might have just been blood clots, natural causes.
Okay.
So
how convenient for him, but also inconvenient because he died.
Exactly.
All
so
right.
that's why, fast forward to 2025, Lori's now had 2 Arizona trials for conspiracy to commit murder against her ex-husband, Charles Vallow, who is dead, and then against Brandon Boudreaux, who lived to tell the tale.
Okay, but with the ex-husband, they thought self-defense at the time, right?
That's what he said, yes.
But they found her guilty of conspiring to actually murder him.
Well, because then I think it was in 2020 when the children went missing.
Oh.
And then it was JJ's grandma, Kay Woodcock, was like, where is my, and that's, this story is like
it's a soap opera.
It is. So Charles Vallow, the fourth husband, his sister, Kay Woodcock, is Charles's adopted son's, JJ's grandma. She's the biological grandma. Just try and stay with me.
I got to put together a flow chart.
I know. But so she was the one, it was Kay Woodcock is Charles's sister. That's all you need to know. And she was the one who was like, Lori, where's the kids? Lori, where's the kids? When Lori disappeared in Idaho, ran off in Idaho, really, with Chad Daybell. And her and Charles were getting divorced by this point. I think Charles had already filed.
Chris is making his flow chart, Heidi.
Who was the father of the kids?
It's Kay Woodcock's biological grandson. So one of her kids had a child with someone young and they couldn't take care of it. So she convinced her brother Charles, hey, you and your wife Lori should adopt this little boy JJ. And that's exactly what they did. And then they lived together here in Chandler.
So Daybell's been convicted in Arizona twice and Idaho once now.
Correct.
Does she have more trials coming up?
This is it. That was it. We're done. No more.
Okay, so basically I did a flow chart. Basically just everybody's dead.
Yeah. Well, not Brandon.
Lots of damage in this.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. The niece's
ex-husband.
Who was shot at.
Yeah.
Was he the ex-husband when he was shot at, or were they still married at the time? They
Correct.
were.
So the niece, I wrote her name down, Melanie, she kind of started to believe in the same LDS teachings as Lori. And this is not your typical LDS. It's like Prophet Nephi that...
Oh, there's an offshoot kind of...
Yes, okay. that she claimed that voices were telling her that she had to kill Charles because he was not a follower of the same beliefs that she was.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, when you start getting into hearing voices...
So the niece was kind of starting to believe the same things Lori was. And I believe that maybe played into her divorce from Brandon Boudreaux.
Oh, really?
And then that's why, he
might have been a target.
Plotted to get rid of him.
Our reporter Heidi Hummel joins us right now talking about a jury reaching verdict in Lori Daybell's second Arizona conspiracy to commit murder trial. Heidi, where is Lori Daybell going to do her time? She's been convicted in Arizona, been convicted in Idaho.
So it's not totally over. No more charges, no more trials.
It's like a Monday through Friday, you're in Idaho. Weekend, you're in Arizona thing?
No, we're in an aggravation phase now. The jury still has to decide some things. It's complicated.
Oh, was this an aggravated situation?
Yes. And so she will be sentenced. She was never sentenced after the Charles Vallow murder trial because they knew that the Brandon Boudreaux murder trial was coming up. So they're like, we're going to wait till after that to sentence you for both. So now, but do these sentences even matter? She's already serving a life sentence for murder conspiracy of her 2 children. But so she's going to get sentenced to more time, more than life. And then after she is sentenced here in Arizona, she'll be extradited back to Idaho. Well, she'll serve out her life sentence.
How many people total died? The 2 kids and the ex-husband?
3.
So 3 died. Okay. But she was...
And 1 more almost died.
And she had 4 ex-husbands?
Chad Daybell was her 5th husband.
So 4 ex-husbands. Yeah. How many of those ex-husbands are still alive? We know one's gone.
Yeah. Well,
you had the Woodcock
and then
is dead,
another
right?
one's gone. I don't know, but Chad's alive, and
there is a lot of death.
A couple of her other exes are dead. I don't know if she had anything to do with it, but
So hold on.
Well,
hold on.
Tylee's
So her kids are
biological dad
dead.
is dead.
We know one of her ex-husbands, she's guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. Some of her other ex-husbands, they just happen to be dead, but we don't know if she's involved in it.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Are the other marriages, were they in Idaho or were they here?
All over this story spans so many states, from Texas to Hawaii to Arizona to Idaho. It is just, I've been following it since 2019, kind of when it started happening here.
I need another flow chart.
So a lot, just death. All you need to write down is just death. And just draw some arrows.
I'm going to make a U.S. map and put little pins in places.
She is a modern-day Charles Manson. She is truly terrifying.
Although she's traveling, too, which makes her like a highway killer almost.
I was not in the courtroom for this trial, but I was for the Charles Vallow one. And just being in the courtroom with her sends a chill down your spine. She has no remorse. She has just tries to manipulate people. And you can see she's obviously very good at it.
She was defending herself.
Correct.
Which most of us would say is not a great idea.
Oh, my gosh. So, yes.
Right.
She got kicked out one of the days.
Why?
The judge kicked her out. She kept bringing in character evidence. You're not, trying to convince the jury that she has good character. You're only allowed to present at trial evidence you've already approved in hearings.
Why didn't they zap her with that stun belt? Was she wearing that thing again?
She was wearing the stun belt again.
They should have zapped her.
That's only for if she tried to run, and she never tried to run.
She got lippy. They should have...
Okay, wait a minute. I got to hear how this goes here.
Yeah, she didn't bring in the character. The judge was like, if you're going to bring in character evidence, we need to have a hearing. And she accused him of yelling at her. She goes, you don't need to yell at me. And he was like, I'm not yelling at you. And she was like, I've been nothing but, respectable to you. And he was like, you have not been respectable to me. Take her out. Take her out right now. And then the bailiff came in and took her out.
Wow.
She had two court-appointed monitors helping her, but I think she just wanted the attention.
That's got to be the hardest.
She just wants the spotlight on her. She wants...
She's already found guilty of the other 3, so what has she got to lose, right?
What did she have to lose? But Brandon Boudreaux, he did say after the verdict today, he is grateful for his due process. The victim in this case, Brandon Boudreaux, wanted her to stand trial for these crimes against him and get his due process. And that's exactly what happened.
Somebody's a bad shot.
Yeah, he's grateful of that too. But I kind of love that because that takes some maturity. I don't just want vengeance. I want to make sure that there's a penal system that follows, so there's no questions that she is the person who was behind that person trying to take me out. Exactly. I love that from him. Doing a great job, Heidi.
Thank you.
Really great job.
This is the craziest story I've ever covered.
It might be. I don't want to be too crazy. It might be the craziest story you ever cover.
Yeah.
I mean,
it'll be hard to top for sure.
This is wild. All right. If you've ever wanted to peek behind the curtain of this show, you're going to get a sample of the madness that goes into choosing what we talk about. And sadly, in today's case, Joe was right. The story he says you don't care about is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But first, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Anti-ICE protest reached Tucson this week, where demonstrators turned violent outside of the ICE office there yesterday. Video clips show a security officer who was hit with a water bottle, firing a less than lethal gun in response. Masked protesters holding makeshift shields as they inched toward the security team, and a member of the security team setting off what appeared to be a flashbang device. KOLD TV reporting at least 3 people were detained. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic right now. We'll go to Heather Larson, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
And in Scottsdale, we've got a report of debris blocking the center lanes on the 101 Loop Pima Freeway. That's on northbound near Shea. Also a wreck with a medical emergency on I-10 westbound 67th Avenue. And another wreck with a medical emergency at 101 eastbound at Tatum and Gilbert. You've got some debris blocking the right lane on 202 Loop eastbound near Val Vista. And a crash on the shoulder of 101 westbound at 7th Street. Traffic brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off or 1 year same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, clear and 83, and tomorrow an excessive heat warning starts up. We're going to be anywhere over the weekend from 108 to 113. Right now it's 108 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Chris and Joe, afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Chris and Joe Show. Pleasure being with you, my friends. If you saw the show page, what did you put that on? Facebook or Insta or something today?
I put it on our Instagram, which you can see at The Chris and Joe Show, and also our Facebook, which is facebook.com/Chris and Joe KTAR.
All right. So Joe and I, just so you know, behind the curtain, the way that we stage the show is we look at what are we going to talk about in the 2 o'clock hour, and then what are the different things, what are the different angles, and then what are we going to talk about in the 3 o'clock hour. And we knew that we wanted to talk about the breaking news of Lori Daybell.
Yeah.
Found guilty, conspiracy to commit murder.
And you threw out a really good idea.
I said, Joe, if we're going to do that, I want to kind of continue with the crime and punishment theme for that, for these segments that we do.
Makes sense.
And you said, okay, what you got? And I said, well, Stephanie Hockridge is facing trial. And Joe went, nobody knows who that is.
I said, I know who that is, but I don't think the majority of our audience is going to know that name.
And I said, come on, man. Everybody knows who that is. Stephanie Hockridge was an anchor, an evening anchor in the market for 7 years.
Yeah.
And then when she left, her and her husband went and formed a consulting group, and they were helping people get their PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program. Remember that during COVID?
I know there was a lot of money flying around.
Yeah, and they were helping people basically try to get a cut of all that money that was flying around.
Because they couldn't really be in business, and the government was trying to help some companies stay afloat.
And so they said, well, we are going to help you navigate the government system. And now what's happening is the government is saying, you know that $12 billion that we paid out to all of your clients?
Billion with a B.
And you kept $300 million? That was fraudulent. So Stephanie Hockridge, and it's her and her husband are at the center of this, as well as some other partners. And I said, Joe, this is a big deal. This is a former big anchor here in town.
Yeah. So we walked around the newsroom, and we agreed to some parameters. We said people who were over the age of 30.
Yeah, because I said, look, if she went off the air in 2018, and we've got a lot of people who are fresh out of ASU here, and I go, yeah, they probably don't know who she was. They weren't paying attention to the news when they were in high school.
Yeah.
Okay,
and,
so you agreed to that.
I did. We went back to, I said news people, slightly more likely, but we started to kind of pick some people. We went back to the sales area, and we agreed. And first person we asked, Chris?
No clue.
Yeah. Second person we asked, Chris?
No clue.
Third person we asked?
Not even a clue.
Uh-huh. And who was right?
You were right.
Uh-huh. And how did that make you feel?
Sad.
Mm-hmm.
You made me feel very sad about myself.
We did find a couple people who did know, though.
Which on the sports side.
Which is why we're talking about it now.
It was interesting. It was a sports people that knew it because
she'd been in here.
She'd been in here with the sports guys because one of the morning guys on our sports station had a crush on her.
Kind of like a fake cutesy wootsy on-air crush.
Sure.
Yeah.
But like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So they kind of knew from the bit that those guys had done in the past.
Yeah.
I think it's important to bring this up. He was the cutesy bit was because she's very pretty. She's like girl next door. She looks like the head cheerleader. And
not a lot of ugly people work in TV.
No, that's true.
Have you had a lot of TV work?
None, which is why it shocks me they even turn the YouTube cameras on in our studio.
Yeah.
So I kind of thought about why is this story such a big deal? To your point, if people don't really remember who she is, why is this catching press at all? And I thought, okay, she's kind of notable from the past, but also she's pretty and she's been successful. And I kind of wonder if there's sort of this mean girl gets her comeuppance thing. Like, do people just assume because she's been successful and because she's pretty that they want to see the fall?
I think that could be part of it. I think you've also got a lot of money here, too.
$300 million.
People should care about the fact that that's our money.
Yeah, because it came from the Paycheck Protection Program loans.
But I think they will be most interested in the fact, to your point, pretty person taking a fall.
I think you're right. There was another one. In fact, we didn't even discuss this one. Did you see that Austin Smith, who was an ex-lawmaker in Arizona, he's been indicted now.
Was he pretty too?
No. He's been indicted on voter signature fraud.
See, we didn't even discuss it because not pretty.
I knew you weren't going to say anything, but I thought, we're trying to fill out the segment. Chris Mays announcing this week a state grand jury indicting Austin Smith on 4 felony and 10 misdemeanor counts. The complaint was particularly notable, this according to AZ Central, because Smith's own history of furthering unfounded allegations of fraud against election workers. And then she goes, So you're actually doing the thing you're accusing other people of doing. You're committing fraud.
Yeah. You told me he wasn't pretty, though. So.
He's not pretty, so you don't even care about that one.
No.
All right.
No.
So just...
Nice try.
There's your stories I cared about, but Joe didn't. Other stories you need to know about today are going to harken you back to a time when you learned a lost art. But if you learned the art, it's not really lost. For many of us, we learned it, then forgot it. The people trying to bring it back and why, you'll think that they're either wasting their time or fighting the good fight. I almost said good feet, Joe. That's next on the Headline Volley on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But now it's not time to talk about good feet. It's time for you to talk about Orchard.
I love Orchard. And you know why I love Orchard? Because they're doing something that realtors should have been doing like decades ago.
What's that?
They get you out of the house that you're in and into the one you want to be in.
So smart.
It seems so simple. The problem is that when you're trying to get into the new place, you don't have the money until the old place sells. That's what Orchard's taking care of. They've got their Move First, Sell Later program. They give you cash so you can buy and then move into the new home first on your timeline, no waiting, no showings. And then Orchard takes it over. They handle the repairs on the old place. They make the price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, it's a local Orchard agent that lists and sells your home for top dollar. You just basically wait for another check to come in if they sell your old place for more than they gave you in the first place. I know, I'm confused too. You want to find out more by going to orchard.com. The Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. So just start today. Find out how much your home is worth and get your free home valuation. And who knows, by this time in a month or two, you could be in your new place. It's at orchard.com. Go to orchard.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash without monthly payments to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt to making renovations or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's HomeTap.com.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So, like, if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
KTAR News now.
We are coming up on 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New this afternoon, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has named a suspect in a recent New River murder of a man known as Pastor Bill. Now, suspect Adam Sheff has been arrested by Sedona Police, according to MCSO. Charges against Sheff are still pending, but the office is indicating the alleged murder was due to a religious motivation.
Guilty.
The final Lori Vallow Daybell murder trial in Arizona has come to an end. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the verdict.
Arizona mom Lori Vallow Daybell has been found guilty for conspiring to kill her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. During closing, prosecutor Trina Kay said Boudreaux told police he suspected Vallow Daybell was behind the 2019 Chandler shooting.
And then he heard and saw that bullet that hit the frame of his car.
Vallow Daybell argued she had nothing to do with it.
You have seen opinions formed by strangers trying to put together a narrative.
Vallow Daybell was convicted of murder conspiracy in April over the death of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Vallow Daybell is already serving a life sentence for the murders of her 2 children in Idaho. The U.S. will be sending resources to India to help investigate the Air India plane that crashed into a residential area after takeoff. There were 241 people on board the plane that were killed, along with an unknown number of people on the ground. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says federal investigators will be heading to India, along with representatives from the companies involved.
I would just note that India leads the investigation. We're there to provide any assistance that India may need as they go through which appears to be a somewhat lengthy investigation on this crash.
Summer means school's out, and it also means kids could go hungry. Steve Anderson is a volunteer at St. Mary's Food Bank. He says this time of year there are more people showing up asking for help because schools provide meals for many kids.
Especially right now with school being out, they're with their parents, they're pulling through the line. You can see the stress on the kids' faces. You can see the stress on the parents' faces. Giving them food, loading food up in the car makes a big difference. Makes them happy.
This month of June, Bruce and Gatos are outspoken against hunger. You can donate to St. Mary's Food Bank by texting the word food to 620-620. $1 provides 5 meals. Again, just text food to 620-620. Checking on traffic for us now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got quite a bit going on the Valley freeways. In Phoenix, there's a crash blocking the on-ramp on I-10 westbound near 83rd Avenue. Also in Phoenix, a wreck with a medical emergency. That's also on I-10 westbound. This one at 67th Avenue, slowing things down quite a bit in the area. In Scottsdale, a crash reported at Frank Lloyd Wright and the 101 eastbound. However, it is slow in all directions on Frank Lloyd Wright and on the 101. Also in Scottsdale, report of debris to look out for blocking the center lanes on the 101 Loop Pima Freeway northbound near Shea. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson, KTAR News.
Overnight, right around 83 degrees, 108 tomorrow, and our excessive heat warning is in effect through Sunday when we could hit 113. Right now in Phoenix, we're up to 106 degrees, hit 107 just a few moments ago. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn.
Chris and Joe, afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
You are Becky Lynn, and I like it. Every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news, and a check on traffic with Hang a Left Larson.
That could be something.
I don't think that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone. Go! There it is.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Yeah, me, Christopher.
All right.
You ready for this? A Phoenix man was arrested for attempting to cause an explosion in his home with the roommates inside. That's a good way to go.
All right.
Police found bleach inside an oven that was set to 400 degrees, which Justice Patterson, who's 28 years old, planned to mix with a rust cleaner.
Okay.
Got a good picture of all that?
Trying.
Okay. So, you got bleach, 400 degrees, mix it with rust cleaner.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not, I didn't grow up in the backwoods in the sticks like you.
Yeah.
I was more like, hey, just say your prayers, eat your vitamins kind of thing.
Yeah, I know you.
Is bleach, rust cleaner, 400 degrees? Is that how you blow up a house?
I have not heard that.
Okay. So I want to know, if you were going to make your place go kaboom, how would you do it?
I'm still hung up on the whole bleach rust cleaner.
I'm just telling you what that guy did.
We used to make little pop bottle bombs.
Uh-huh. Bleach and rust cleaner?
Huh. No, I'm not going to tell you what we use for ingredients, but they would just go boom. They made a big, loud noise.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what it is in the rust cleaner that mixes with the bleach.
Don't look at me. I don't understand.
And what is
how this
rust
works.
cleaner? CLR?
I don't know.
Then what? Do you put it in the bleach bottle, and then because the bottle's going to melt on the oven, that's just going to ruin your oven?
I don't get it. I mean, I would think if you just want to make your house blow up, like lighter fluid and a match.
Yeah, I'd hire somebody.
Okay, you'd hire somebody and have them do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pablo.
Definitely not me.
No. You were probably really good at chemistry, like you've been really good at English and really good at history.
I was good at chemistry. I could.
Of course you were. There you go.
I could do the stuff with balance equations with the elements and all that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You excelled at the math part of chemistry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I wasn't good at making stuff go boom.
I guess fireworks or something. I'll just say fireworks.
Fireworks. So at least it would be a pretty kaboom.
I would take the powder out of the fireworks and I would put it together and then add a fuse and then stand a long ways away. Well, it's still going to go kaboom. That's the whole idea, right?
Right. But I like everybody likes to see the lights, the noise.
The oohs and the ahs.
Yeah. Could you at least give it some noise if it's going to...
little pizzazz?
Pachoo.
New Cursive Academy is open in the Chicago area with eyes on bringing a resurgence to the writing form. The summer camp offers kids 7 to 14 a chance to flex their phalanges and discover what the proprietors are calling a lost art.
Flex my phalanges?
Yeah, I made that up.
Oh, crap.
When was the last time you used cursive beyond your signature?
Oh, I tried months ago when I was writing a letter to someone. I tapped out after the first word.
Isn't it funny? You don't even remember the letters.
I got deer down. I remembered how to do deer. I was good, like DEAR. I could do.
I figured that. I didn't think you were writing a note to Bambi.
I could do DEAR. Well, and even that R doesn't look right.
To be honest,
there you go.
Your cursive looks as bad as mine.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay. But
remarkably close to as bad as mine.
The problem that I have is I just feel like it's taking me too long. So I hurry up and I can write manuscript much quicker than cursive.
Because you practice more often, right?
Yeah.
Which is why I say we don't need cursive.
It all happened to me in college at ASU. I learned I could write quicker in manuscript, and some of those professors would and I'm just trying to write it all down.
I just remember being able to write quickly with cursive, but the faster I had to go, the more horrible it got. And I could decipher my horrible manuscript writing better than I could decipher my horrible cursive writing.
And thinking about it now, Lazy Joe even thinks, well, I should have just not written any of it down and just taken a picture with my cell phone. But here is the other argument for writing it down, which I tell people all the time. If you write it down... No.
What is it, Joe? Go ahead.
Well, it sticks in your brain.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. No, that was not a tip of the cap to you. No, don't smile, Zion. Don't let him feel like he has any sense of that he knows what he's doing. What are you doing over there?
What is it I tell you almost every day?
No, you tell me to write it down, but I don't want to write a book like you. I like us to go back and forth and be conversational. Are you writing a note? Oh, no. Is this a Joeism?
Yep.
Oh, no. What did you write down as a Joeism?
If you write it down, it sticks in your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because every day before the show, Joe will say something that I think is really good.
I write it down.
And I say, write that down. And he goes,
do. I do write it down.
Joe looks at it as homework, and he's like, I don't like doing homework.
No. That's not true.
I don't want to write it down.
No, that's not true. I like to write it down. I just like us to go back and forth, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I write those things down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I like us to be conversational. To you.
No, that was mine. It's to you.
It's to me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, geez, why aren't you paying attention over there?
Get to it, would you?
From our good friends at Study Finds, studies have shown that listening to music we enjoy, it's associated with better subjective well-being, stress reduction, and greater coping with negative emotions, while lifting up the positive ones, and that it can be an effective way to alleviate feelings of depression and anxiety.
So music good?
Music good.
No kidding.
Yeah. So
thank goodness we got a new study on that one.
Yeah. Making music with our voice or another instrument adds another dimension to the experience.
Okay, so if I sing.
Yeah. I want to know
very good singer.
Your go-to song of the moment.
Of the moment?
Yeah. Not like your favorite of all time, just like in the moment.
This is one that gets stuck in my head now.
Okay. Now you got to sing it.
And I dance at the club.
I love it.
I'm just having fun.
How does this get stuck in your head?
To where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing.
You want to bring it down a little? How does this... You are about as far from that song as I can imagine.
I know, I love it.
Again, you're like backwoods, and yet you're rocking out to that.
I love this so much.
How does that happen? But if I did that, you would be like, dude, where's like the Black Sabbath or the Metallica?
Because you make it your entire identity. You're like, Kesha, I am Kesha.
I love Kesha.
I have to go on Kesha. I have to go to I have to buy Kesha's.
Kesha? That's weird.
I have to buy Kesha's 17th album. You can't come over. My Kesha room isn't ready yet.
I just get them on Spotify now.
God, I'm good. I might go as Chapel Roan for Halloween this year.
You're going to go as what?
Chapel Roan.
Is that the singer?
Unbelievable. Oh, you're not allowed in my Chapel Roan room.
Darn.
You will not be allowed in there.
Okay.
Is that all we got? Did you have one that you wanted to bring up?
I just did have a song that one.
No, but did you have a song that you wanted to say that like that's your go-to? Oh, let me guess.
Of the moment?
Yeah, let me guess.
I had one last night. I was rocking out too. You're not going to have it in the system. No,
Is that
obviously.
It's Kesha.
I wish it was.
Right.
Do you want me to? I got it here.
If you can make it fast, yeah, go.
I can do it on the old phone here.
Okay, all right,
it's,
go.
This
Real
song
fast.
right here.
Pink Pony Club.
I don't know how loud this is going to be, though. That's
I
not
like
the
that.
song.
I have that one.
Wrong song.
You better stop that before it hits the end.
I know.
Okay.
No, I got this song. So this is one of these mornings. It's EDM.
Oh, okay.
You heard this?
Yeah, it's like you're a 27-year-old stoner
With glow sticks.
Yeah, perfect. This is great.
Yeah, it picks up here.
So we know who to go to when we need some ecstasy. It's you.
Yep, exactly.
All right.
Get us to break. I'm just going to let this play here.
All right. You're going to play us out?
Yeah.
If you're in Phoenix, it's been a while since you had a permanent police chief, ever since Michael Sullivan took over as the interim 3 years ago and then left in April. The city says they're getting close to filling the job.
Keep going.
That's terrifying. What the new chief is walking into, that's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Home prices are still very high. Interest rates are wild. So be honest, you're probably staying put for a while. Why not make your home that you're in your dream home with new windows from Advanced Window Products? Hi, Chris Merrill. And in the heat of Arizona, nothing takes a bigger beating or affects your energy bills more than your windows. Replace those contractor-grade windows with brand-new, custom-made Cardinal glass windows straight from the factory and really make your home the envy of the block. And you might even qualify for some energy rebates. When you buy directly from the manufacturer, you save, plain and simple. Advanced Windows pairs incredibly low prices with a lifetime guarantee on all the labor, the parts, and the glass. And right now, you're going to save $2,500 when you order up 10 beautiful custom windows. Let's see the other guys beat that. Call them at 480-764-2002. That's 480-764-2002. Or do like I like to do and check them out online. Read the reviews. Visit advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here. And this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunkers sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. On Saturday, the Army is planning to celebrate its 250th birthday with a parade and military display in Washington. Active duty service members are enlisted to take part, and the event is costing the federal government tens of millions of dollars. Here's more from ABC's Karen Travers at the White House.
There will be 6,700 troops marching in this parade, tanks and other military vehicles included in this. There will be military equipment on display and even an aerial component to this show on Saturday night.
Protests against the Trump administration's immigration policies are taking place in all 50 states, in various big cities and small towns on the same day as the parade, and organizers are calling them the No Kings protests and say more than 1,500 are scheduled. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Here's another look at the roads. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Got a few crashes to look out for on the surface streets right now of Phoenix. 31st Avenue in Osborne, you've got a crash. You've got a crash with a bicycle at 7th and Minnesota, and a little bit of a crash at 35th Avenue and Greenway. And for East Valley drivers, don't forget tonight, if you're going through Chandler, eastbound Loop 202, the Santan off-ramp at McQueen is going to close for the next 2 months. That starts at 11:30 tonight. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
We need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
On air, online, on the KTAR News app. When you're on that app, you'll see the little microphone icon on the bottom. And if you tap on that microphone, it opens up a record screen. And you, too, could sing and be on the air if you're anywhere close to as good as me.
No.
Oh, mama.
See, Gatos is here, though. He sings awful, too, just like you.
It's where I belong.
Don't need both of you singing this. Do you know this one, Gatos?
I love this song.
That's right.
I do. I love the song.
I do, too.
Great song. Huge hit.
Massive. I love it.
Yeah. Didn't win a Grammy.
It should win more.
Why are we talking about this song?
Chris loves that.
Joe asked what my song of the day was.
Oh,
like,
okay.
What is my song? Like
Song
right
of the
now, it's my
moment.
go-to at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good
and
one.
I was like, this one. It's just stuck in my head, and I just love it.
Yeah. Well, he's like a Kesha fan.
He
It's
does.
That's
disturbing.
funny you said that.
Yeah. And he's like, well, you would make fun of me if I like this song. I said,
He
no,
would.
because you would make it your whole life.
No.
Like, you have like the Kesha room
Please.
at the house.
I've seen him in a Kesha T-shirt.
And sweatshirt.
Yeah. I went out to dinner with him once.
No, he didn't wear it out
He
to
wore
dinner.
it. Guess what I did? I left.
I would too.
I got to leave, buddy. I was like, Joseph, I'm leaving.
Out of here.
Funny story. A girl actually stole my Kesha hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
I got a new one.
Yeah, that's
hilarious.
That's telling her.
Yeah, it's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
No, they
Telling
took
her.
it, and I went out and got a new one.
Yeah, that's telling her.
Gatos is the star of Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. And you guys have been talking about the police chief search, and now the city of Phoenix down to 3, right? They've got one from Prince George County, Maryland, one from DeKalb
Are
County.
they down to 3 again?
Yes.
Because they started, oops, let's just start from the beginning, because the guy that's currently here doesn't want to be here anymore.
So
right.
the one from Maryland, one from DeKalb County, Georgia. And
Cobb County, Georgia?
DeKalb County, Georgia.
Do you know, what is Cobb County, Georgia?
No.
Not Cobb County.
DeKalb.
Oh.
Yeah,
Different. Not the big boss man, Gatos.
That's what I thought, too.
That's what I was thinking.
No.
Wasn't Cobb County, Georgia from the Dukes of Hazzard?
Oh. I thought you were thinking the big boss man.
No,
He
I
was
was thinking
from Cobb
wrestling,
County.
too.
They were from Hazzard County.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there was I thought there was Cobb County, Georgia.
Well, Cobb County, I know, is
where
kind
it
of
was
Atlanta
a different
metro.
district, and the boys always used to get in trouble. That's
I
my
know
favorite
they,
show.
They went to the neighboring county that had the big black sheriff there. That was,
That's right.
Yeah.
Ah, that's
very
awesome.
intimidating. Yeah.
The big black sheriff. I forgot about him. He was a big dude.
And then the third is an executive director of the Arizona Peace Officer Standards and Training Board. Currently, how long do you suppose the honeymoon period is going to be for the new police chief?
Oh gosh, listen, I'm a big fan of the police. Think it's the toughest job out there. I think the Phoenix police have made some big mistakes lately. I don't know. I don't know any of these three. I don't know if they're good. I don't know if they're bad. I mean, I have no idea. I assume that these three are going to be, are coming from an excellent background. I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Sure they're qualified. But as soon as one gets hired, you talk about the honeymoon. It depends. How are you going to change the department? What is the culture going to be? Are the officers going to think, hey, that new chief is backing me up? I don't know. I think they've got a tough road ahead with a new police chief.
I agree. Yeah,
and I'm rooting for him.
I think all of us are.
We are, absolutely.
I think all of us are. Yeah. But then the question is, I mean, we're always rooting for the new police chief. The question is, are they going to do the things that we're rooting for them to do? Right? Because you and I may have different opinions on what the chief should do.
Well, and you probably can't do both.
And you can't do both, right? So I think everybody's rooting for a new police chief. But then how long did we give that, how long does that person get the grace extended to them from people who disagree with the way that they do?
I don't know. What do you give him, 6 months? You give him or her 6 months?
That's
I don't
kinda
know.
what I think
That's what usually goes on.
That's kind of what I
think. When Trump came in and people were like, oh, there's going to be a recession. Well, let's give it 6 months and see. I don't know. That just seems like the basis.
Take a beat before you start your outrage, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. What do you guys have going on today, starting at 4?
We're going to talk about the story out of Chandler. There was, I don't think it was an immigration raid, but ICE did pick up a woman who apparently was here illegally. And then the woman's family decided they were going to follow ICE in cars. This didn't end well. We're going to talk about it.
Oh, no.
No, it didn't end very well. I mean, nobody's dead. Nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
But we've got to really pull back a little bit on what we're doing here. I heard you guys in the last couple hours, and especially at 2:00. It's disturbing to watch what's happening, and it's happening everywhere in the country, and it's going to happen here.
And at some point, something bad is going to happen.
I agree.
I don't know if it's going to be a Kent State situation, but something bad is going to happen. And when that happens,
it's not.
You've lost total control.
Right.
All right. Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gato starts at 4:00. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2:00. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield because you're never going to have to paint again. And I truly believe that.
Well, if you like spring in Phoenix and you hate to paint, do what Scott did. He called Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack. The caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
I told my wife I want to see what it's going to cost to do it because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix. Get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-0000 tomorrow or visit newsmilearizona.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So, where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the products, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
And good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Mayor Karen Bass is defending her city, saying Los Angeles is not what the Trump administration is making it out to be. President Trump deployed the National Guard after protests broke out in the city over ICE raids. Some of the protests turned violent with looting and destruction. Bass condemned that violence, but says that was in a small area and doesn't represent the whole city. She demanded that ICE leave L.A.
We want peace to come to our city. The peace that we need to have happen needs to begin in Washington, and we need to stop the raids.
Wildly inappropriate is how House Speaker Mike Johnson describes what happened in Los Angeles when Senator Alex Padilla was forcefully removed after interrupting Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem's press conference. The California Democrat was trying to speak up about immigration raids in L.A. that have led to the protests, which have prompted the federal response. Padilla took a step toward Noem and was grabbed and shoved out of the room by Secret Service. As he was speaking at a post-vote press conference today, a number of House Democratic lawmakers yelled and loudly condemned Mike Johnson for his comments.
A sitting member of Congress should not act like that. It is beneath a member of Congress. It is beneath a U.S. senator. They're supposed to lead by example, and that is not a good example.
Count Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly among those who are not okay with what happened to his colleague from California today.
What happened today to Senator Padilla was outrageous. It was violent. It's a scary thing to see happen in the United States of America.
Senator Kelly says Padilla was only doing his job by asking questions of the Homeland Security Secretary. The senator also voiced frustration with President Trump at Fort Bragg earlier this week, accusing the president of using troops as political props, adding he believes the country is on a dangerous path. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has named a suspect in a recent New River murder of a man known as Pastor Bill. Suspect Adam Schief has been arrested by Sedona Police, according to MCSO Captain David Lee.
MCSO and Sedona PD began to collaborate in this case, and Adam Schief was subsequently taken into custody by Sedona PD with the help of the Yavapai County Sheriff's deputies, as well as a regional quick response force.
Charges against Schief are still pending, but the office is indicating the alleged murder was due to a religious motivation.
Guilty.
Lori Vallow-Daybell has been found guilty in her second murder conspiracy trial in Arizona. She was convicted for plotting to kill her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux, in Chandler in 2019. Someone shot at Boudreaux in his driveway, nearly missing him. Vallow-Daybell's already serving a life sentence for the murders of her 2 children in Idaho. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors approved a plan to give a pay bonus to jail officers. Vice Chair Kate Brophy-McGee says,
with the sheriffs, it takes them to the top of their pay range, and with the detention officers, it puts them very much in line to ahead with detention officers in other governing bodies.
Detention officers who've been with the county for 5 to 9 years will get $2,500, $10,000 for staff members who've been with county jails for 20 or more years. Time to take a look at the afternoon ride home now. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. That earlier crash on I-10 eastbound near 7th Avenue has been cleared, but traffic is still slow between the stack and the mini stack in both directions. Per usual on the city streets of Phoenix, we've got a crash at 31st Avenue in Glen Rosa and also at 31st Avenue in Osborne. And if you're going to be driving in Chandler, it's important to know there's a closure starting tonight on eastbound Loop 202, the Santan off-ramp at McQueen. That road is going to close for 60 days. Starting tonight, you can always exit eastbound Loop 202 at Arizona Avenue or Cooper Road over the next 2 months. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's low 83, and then we get into some excessive heat for this weekend. It finally arrived. 109 tomorrow, 110 Saturday, and we could see 113 on Sunday, which is Father's Day. In Gilbert, it's 108 right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1. No,
I'll tell you a lot of people.
It's just the best.
Tell you the hour #1. It's the best of the hour.
There are certain people that always say that. How are you today, Bruce?
So far, so good.
It's fantastic. Coming up at 4:30, be here. You know, we talked about the incident in Peoria. We had the mayor of Peoria on. A cop was injured. People showed up thinking it was an ICE raid. There was protests
outside of a house or something.
Not an ICE raid. We had...
arrests were made, or at least one.
The mayor told us that there was a politician in the middle of it all.
Yeah.
And wanted to know why a politician would be in the middle of it all. We're going to ask that politician at 4:30, why were you in the middle of it all?
Are we in the middle?
Is that the place for you to be?
Sure.
Coming up at 4:30.
All right. The immigration raids, whatever you want to call them, continue to happen. And there was one out in Chandler that's led to some more issues, if you will, some more problems, where it started with a woman being picked up.
Okay.
The details of that are not 100% clear. And while she was being taken away, members of the family or friends followed the ICE vehicle. And the story, as we can understand, there was maybe more than one vehicle following the ICE car. And at one point, they attempted to box it in, stop the ICE vehicle by stopping their cars in front of it.
That's pretty stupid.
Yeah, it's not a smart move.
That's not a smart move at all. First of all, the federal agents were conducting a surveillance. And what they say they were doing is they were looking for someone specific. They were looking to locate a woman who was reportedly in the country without authorization. That's the information that we have.
Right.
So I'm going on, the fact that they know that this person is here illegally for one reason or another. They're going to pull her over. They're going to take her into custody. But you're right. There were all these other things that happened. So one of the first thing that goes into my mind is, okay, what if it is your daughter? What if that woman was your family member?
Your mother.
Right. What do you do?
They go driving off.
Well, that would be the first thing that I say.
And you'd say,
how do I know where are they going?
Where are you taking her?
Yeah. Now, I would ask the officers, where are you taking them?
I doubt they would tell you.
I don't know, and I don't think maybe they shouldn't. I don't know what the protocol is. But if I'm in that car, I would like to know where my loved one is going. Mm-hmm. But in no circumstance would I go and get in another car, follow them, and then decide, you know what? I'm going to pull up and block them from exiting a parking lot. And then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rev the engine because I'm such a tough guy.
So
then I'm going to peel off, Bruce.
Yeah.
And go in another direction. What do you think is going to happen to you?
But it appears that, and again, we're taking, this is a he said, she said, as far as I can tell. They didn't like the fact that they were being followed.
I wouldn't like the fact that I'm being followed.
Tough. Okay. You're a public servant. I can follow you anywhere I want.
So it's okay to pull in front of them.
It's okay to follow them.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Not okay to pull in front of them.
Didn't say that.
Absolutely.
But if you want to follow them, yeah, there's no law that says I can't follow you.
Yeah, but that's not what they did. They started to follow them.
Well,
and
they said the agent called for backup.
No, they got more aggressive as it went.
He stopped his vehicle and they pulled in front of him.
So he didn't cut them off. We're gonna end around it now and say, oh well, they put. Come on. We know the report is there. The guy blocked the agents trying to leave. Okay, they
were in a parking lot.
You can't do that.
Right. They had stopped.
Right.
Because they were being followed.
Right.
I'm trying to understand being serious.
Too.
Yeah,
I am too. I understand that if you want to follow them, I guess you can do it. I don't think there's a law that says says you shouldn't. But I'll tell you what. You know what these guys in the car got arrested for? Impeding an investigation. That's exactly what they were doing. You can't do that.
Yeah, there's a line.
There's a line. And they crossed the line.
They could have followed all the way to wherever they were going. And when the cops stopped, you just pull over and stop and
that would have been
wait.
fine. Absolutely.
Yeah. They take off again, you drive off again.
Right. But revving the engine, not a good idea. Peeling out, and then you're taking off, speeding at another direction. Guess what? You're going to be followed by the agents, and you're going to be arrested. Like, where is common sense?
Oh, it's gone out the door a long time ago.
It's gone out the door a long time ago.
I was going to say, I think we're well past that, aren't we?
I do think that there's one thing that we can say here. Okay. If a family member is detained, you want to know where they're going to take you.
They're taken away.
There certainly was a lot of emotion here on the part of the family.
Sure.
But you've got to realize you're not helping the situation by acting like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're not helping the situation at all. You're hurting the situation.
Yeah.
Because now you're in jail.
But again, it appears that they didn't like that they were being followed. Tough.
Yep.
Tough.
Well, I wouldn't like the fact that it was being followed either, but you can do that.
Exactly.
That wasn't really.
You're a public servant in public. Right. I can follow you and I can film you. I can do whatever I want.
That wasn't the issue. The issue was
they pulled over because they didn't like that they were being followed.
Understood. But the issue is, are you impeding federal officers? And the answer is yes.
Sounds like a trumped up charge, but we'll see.
Why is that trumped up?
How are they impeding? They'd already driven off.
They pulled in front, so they couldn't exit the parking lot.
And they stopped because they didn't like that they were being followed. They could have kept driving.
They could have.
Yeah.
But again, do they have every right to stop?
Sure.
Okay. So So you can follow these guys. If you're the agents, then you can stop. There's no legal. There's nothing bad. Okay, what is bad is if the officers are trying to pull out of the parking lot and you decide you're going to pull your car in front of it, then you're wrong.
Yeah.
Then that's the issue.
Yeah, well, if you use your vehicle in a threatening manner, you know, yeah, absolutely.
Assaulting, resisting, and impeding federal officers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, everything's gotten just out of hand.
Oh, people are going to get killed.
People are going to get killed. There's
Absolutely.
no doubt. There's no doubt.
Absolutely.
Cops could get killed.
Very well could.
Protesters could get
Very
killed.
well could.
An innocent protester could get killed.
Innocent civilians.
Somebody who's not there innocently could get killed. Did you see what happened in, what was it, Seattle last night?
I missed that part.
Was it in Washington State? Did you guys remember? Did you guys see any of that? I saw, it was the weirdest thing, man. They were throwing, fireworks at cops.
Really?
Yeah. And it was blowing up right in front of them.
Like 4th of July fireworks type stuff?
That's what it looked like to me.
Wow.
Yeah. And again, I'm not an expert on
No.
kind of stuff.
I just didn't see that. I mean, I'm sure there's video out there. I just hadn't seen it.
Yeah. It's disturbing. It really is, and it's going to get out of control.
Yeah, and people are worried about, their family members disappearing. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you are here illegally, they have a right to go after you. That's it. You don't have to like it. Maybe in some instances you do. Maybe in some instances you don't. Maybe you think certain people should be removed before other people. I don't know. But if you are here illegally and they're going to track you down, they have every right to do that. They have every right to do that.
Yeah. There is due process.
There absolutely is due process.
Still due process?
Well, we hope so, because there hasn't been at times.
There hasn't been
I've got a big
at times.
problem with that.
As well you should.
Yeah.
The Constitution allows for due process.
Right.
Even for people who aren't here illegally. Illegally.
Oh, absolutely.
If you don't like that, that's okay if you don't like it. Yeah. Doesn't make it any less true.
Well, it's a fact of life here in the United States of America that we give everybody due process.
Correct.
And if you can't just deport somebody without giving due process.
Correct.
But if your family member is here illegally and your family member is taken by ICE, you don't have the right to get in your car and be a nuisance and pull in front of these agents. You don't. You will find yourself in jail.
I still want to see body cam on. I don't take the word of ICE as gospel. So I want to see some evidence.
I always want to see evidence.
Yeah.
I always
we just have their word
I
of
can
what happened.
only go with what we've got.
Yeah. I'd like to see some more.
I always want to see more.
I'm perfectly willing to look at it and see how it turns out.
Yep.
Hey, what if you're a mother of two and you run out of money and food at the end of the month? What do you do?
Yeah, it's got to be a just petrifying feeling and a horrible situation.
We're going to share that story with you as we're outspoken against hunger. It's coming up next. Outspoken right here on KTAR.
All right. I want you to get a Connecticut system, everybody. Best water system on the planet. I want you to call my trusted friends at Connecticut. And listen, there are a lot of reasons for you to get a Connecticut. Here's a few. We have water that's, doesn't taste good. There's some dangerous things in the water. Too much chlorine in the water. That could hurt your health. Maybe you look at all the white stuff in the film, the white film that's everywhere in your kitchen and bathroom, and you're wondering, well, what is that? When you get a Connecticut, it all disappears. It all disappears. I've had a Connecticut for 20 years. I have never once seen white film over everything. Used to be that way before I had a Connecticut. So call Connecticut, get them out to your house, mention Gatos. They'll do that for free. They'll test your water, give you some info about a system. Very simple. Make an appointment. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. You can visit aquazona.com. And always remember, Connecticut water, very refreshing.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. Tensions are rising in the Middle East as nuclear negotiations with Iran carry on amid a strike threat. ABC News Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl has more.
Sources tell ABC News Israel is preparing for a possible military strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. President Trump told reporters it could, quote, very well happen.
Mr. President, how imminent is an Israeli strike on Iran?
Well, I don't want to say imminent, but it looks like it's something that could very well happen.
This comes as the State Department orders non-essential diplomats out of neighboring Iraq. And the Pentagon has authorized the departure of military families throughout the Middle East.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the roads for us now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Quite a bit going on the surface streets in Phoenix. You've got a wreck at Central and Northern. That's affecting the flow of traffic on the eastbound route of Northern. Also, 31st Avenue and Glen Rosa, and another one at 31st Avenue in Osborne. Heading over to Tolleson, you've got a crash with a bicycle to avoid over at Van Buren and 92nd Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC, Plumbing, and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. So, all this month we've been talking about, not on our watch, kids going hungry. Specifically because as the school year comes to an end, there's a lot of kids out there who are missing meals, literally, meals that would have come from the school. But there's a lot of stories out there, and we want to share them with you. We want to touch your heart.
Yeah, I mean, we've partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank. We know that the lines are always long.
Oh,
so we decided, well, we got a pretty good reporter.
Yeah.
There you go. Wow. Overstone is joining us, KTAR News reporter. We kind of sent you out to talk to some folks who are in line for food. And we're asking all of you out there, give generously. We're only doing this for another couple weeks. Text the word food to 620-620. We've made it very simple for you to give a donation and feed children. All right, so where did you go?
So I went out to the surprise location they have, so not the main Phoenix one people might be more familiar with. And we went out there, and there were families waiting, a lot of seniors, especially with Sun City in the area. Spoke with staff and people in line, and really just got an understanding of how important the service they provide is, but also how much people are seeking it right now. Just to throw out one number. Right now, Jerry Brown with St. Mary's says between the Phoenix and Surprise locations, they're seeing up to 10,000 people a week looking for food right now.
10,000 a week?
Yeah.
Goodness.
Tell us a story. You met some people out there.
Yeah. And there was a large, diverse group of people out there, from younger Valley residents to older, to a single person, to families with kids. And, I spoke with one woman. Her name was Lydia Blake, who was there for 2 children. And she was a young mom, and her kids were so very young. And she told me, they have food stamps, but for them, that only goes so far. And if that was the only thing she had to rely on, what she tells me is would not be able to keep the pantries full all month. So she has to go to the food bank.
She'd run out of food.
Yes. And in order to keep her kids fed, she tells me she has to go to the food bank. And that's something I heard from other families too. A lot of people, didn't feel comfortable doing an interview. It's difficult, to go out and do this.
Pride involved. I can understand that, right?
So even the people, who you might not see in the report, in the interviews, I just heard that from a lot of families in general.
Let's listen to the mom that you spoke with, Miss Blake, correct? All right. Let's take just here are a couple clips.
It really helps my family out, just knowing that I don't have to really stress and worry about it all the time.
Yeah, I think one of the things about your donation going to St. Mary's is obviously you're putting food on the table, but you are also taking the stress off of mom.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, can you imagine?
Two little children, and you're worried about them literally running out of food before the end of the month.
A little bit more.
And mine renews on every 7th, so that's...
She's talking about her food stamps.
Yeah. And mine renews on every 7th, so that's why I have to come here at the end of the month or beginning, so I can restock my fridge.
Yeah. Those boxes are big. There's a lot of food in them.
The emergency food box that they put in the car.
Did you see what they put in there? They put some good food in.
Oh, yeah, no, it's great looking food. I got to see. I mean, it's a large variety of products, honestly. I also want to highlight at the Surprise location, and this is a service really beneficial to seniors. They actually have what is sort of a grocery store approach where you can go in with a cart and pick and choose certain items. And that's not just cool or nice, it's beneficial to seniors because some seniors don't eat a lot, but they still need to eat. So when they get these big boxes of food, some of it can actually go to waste, or maybe with dental issues, it's not all
makes
stuff
sense.
they can eat. So the grocery store approach lets them pick exactly what they need, which it's a small thing that I think goes a long way for the people who benefit from that too.
I also think if you're a senior, there's some dignity in going and picking out some of the food, only the food you're going to eat.
That's the word that came to mind. Dignity.
Yeah. And St. Mary's makes that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah,
I didn't
I'd
know
heard about
that.
it. Yeah.
Okay, so I just think that's a really cool thing. Hey, we're going to give you some dignity and let you go in. You pick your own stuff out.
Pick your own stuff.
Because if you got mom with 2 kids, you got a big box.
Yeah. You'll make do. You'll find a way to use all
But
that.
if somebody's old like Bruce and he wants to go in,
right.
There you go. Yeah, and it just dignity. You talked about that, and it's even designed in a way to where they get grocery bags, not a box. So when they come home with those things, it looks like they just came home from the store too. So it just helps people.
All parts of it
helps people. Really use these services.
And you talk about what a cross section, Ballin, you saw, and I think that's one of the things that we're learning.
Yeah,
is that hunger doesn't discriminate. Might be a nice way to put it. That people who maybe used to donate to something like St. Mary's Food Bank now find themselves on the other side of it, needing the help.
I mean, that's something we've heard directly. That's not something that came up on this trip, but I've talked to St. Mary's a lot, and they told me that exact thing. Is people who used to be the helpers are now having to go to the other end and receive the help.
Wow.
Ballin, good job, man.
Thank you. Appreciate
guys.
you doing that.
Yeah.
Text the word food to 620-620. It's food to 620-620. Every dollar goes to make 5 meals, feeds 5 people. 5 kids.
Yeah, I want everybody listening to in your mind's eye, imagine the mom that Ballin was talking with and 2 little children.
Yeah.
I want you to imagine what they look like, picture it, and I want you to imagine that probably about 3 weeks out of the month, they're getting food. But the 4th week, they got nothing.
Cupboard's bare. Fridge is empty.
So if you're wondering who you're donating to, that's it. So I want you to picture that family, and I want you to help that family because we can feed people. This is a big issue in the Valley. That's why Bruce and I are tackling it. That's why we partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank. And this is an issue. A lot of issues out there you can't fix. This one, we can fix it.
We can do something about it. We can make a direct impact.
Text the word food to 620-620. Do it now. Make the donation now because you're going to forget. So text the word food to 620-620.
Please do. Hey, coming up next, one Arizona politician showed up at an ICE protest in Peoria. Did he make the situation worse? We'll ask him. It's next, right here Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. How does someone go from getting 0 after they've been hurt in an accident to recovering $10 million? They hire Sweet James accident attorneys. That's what an accident victim did after they were hit by a semi-truck and seriously injured. You think the insurance company will be on your side in a situation like that? But their goal is to pay as little as possible. They can't guarantee the outcome, but if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone and hire a world-class firm like Sweet James. Don't pay until they win. Call 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com yrefy.com/careers or email careers@yrefy.com.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a child in the pool. She's on the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. But the white stuff keeps coming out of her mouth.
How's this driving to you as we speak? So keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, he's doing it. Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long was she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, let someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live. No.
Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Dad, oh my God, please, guys, I'm gonna die.
The paramedics are pulling up, but don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
In a KTAR exclusive, Governor Katie Hobbs talks about Prop 123.
That is going to expire, so we should look at that as an opportunity, a once-in-a-decade opportunity to continue to provide this funding for our schools. Hope we're close to getting something through the legislature that can then get to voters that they can pass and give our teachers across Arizona a raise.
Covering the stories that affect Arizona, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Most everyone knows us as the homeowner's premier plumbing, heating, and air company that saves you about half the cost. Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. For all you business owners or managers, we're here to serve you too. Commercially licensed and expert trained, we can handle any job, big or small, and of course, at about half the price. PlumSmart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. It's just plumsmart.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Guilty.
Another guilty murder verdict for the so-called doomsday mom, Lori Vallow Daybell. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with the conviction details.
A jury has found Lori Vallow Daybell guilty for conspiring to kill her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. Prosecutor Trina Kay said in her closing, Boudreaux believed the 2019 Chandler shooting that nearly missed him was related to the murder of Charles Vallow months prior.
He saw the rifle come out. He saw what he believed was a silencer at the end.
Representing herself, Vallow Daybell argued she was not involved.
Brandon Boudreaux decided that I was responsible for his family tragedy, and I'm really sorry that he feels that way.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to object again to testimony.
Valo Daybell was convicted of murder conspiracy in April over the death of her fourth husband, Charles Valo. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Valo Daybell is already serving a life sentence for the murders of her 2 children in Idaho. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has named a suspect in a recent New River murder of a man known as Pastor Bill. Now, suspect Adam Schief has been arrested by Sedona police. According to MCSO, charges against Schief are still pending, but the office is indicating the alleged murder was due to a religious motivation. There could finally be a light at the end of the tunnel in the trade war between the world's 2 biggest superpowers.
President Trump announcing on his Truth Social China will supply rare earth minerals while the U.S. promises to not follow through on threats to revoke Chinese student visas. Arizona Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Danny Seiden says he needs to see more specifics before he can properly grade the agreement.
I would really stress this is not quite a deal yet. It really is just the initial framework, and it's kind of without a lot of detail that you would hope to see. And, what are the concessions that are being made for this de-escalation? I mean, the tariffs seem to remain historically high.
Tariffs on Chinese exports will actually increase to 55% in the deal, which Seiden says will cause even higher prices. He wants a reduction of tariffs and for the deal to include intellectual property protections. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Quite a bit going on the surface streets this afternoon around the Valley and Phoenix at Central and Northern, and that would be Northern eastbound. There's a wreck to look out for there. Another crash at 31st Ave and Glen Rosa. In Glendale, you got a crash with a bicycle at 83rd Avenue and Union Hills, and in Tolleson, another crash with a bicycle at Van Buren and 92nd Avenue. Traffic brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoGlass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, low temp 83, 108 to 109 tomorrow, and excessive heat 110 to 113 over the weekend. Unfortunately, it's 106 in Scottsdale right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. What were you doing when you were in 8th grade? Meet someone who's paying it forward and stepping up to help kids in need. Tomorrow at 3:15 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
So it was earlier this week that a protest got out of control in Peoria. One officer was injured, slightly injured. There was an arrest made all over what appears to be a erroneous report of ICE conducting a raid in Peoria. Turned out to be drug warrant related, but it escalated and got out of control, I think is a fair way to put it. Joining us right now to talk about this is Maricopa County Supervisor representing District 5, Steve Gallardo.
Yeah, and you were out there in the middle of this protest.
Go ahead.
I don't get it. What in the world were you doing out there?
Well, it was there was a number of sightings that were being reported. I just happened to be a couple of miles from this one location that came across my phone. I said, I want to go see what's happening. I want to go view it. I want to see it. And I went down there. This is one of the biggest issues right now facing the state of Arizona and the community. Not only Arizona, but across the country. You're seeing these types of demonstrations popping up all over, from Seattle, Florida. You're definitely seeing the terrible tragedies right now in California, all that craziness in California. But you're seeing it across the country, even Minnesota. So let me go see it. I want to see it. And I was there and was there for a good 10 minutes. I was not there for all the unfortunate craziness that happened afterwards. But your tensions are high right now.
Yeah.
Tensions are extremely high. And you got to ask yourself, why? Why are you seeing these types of demonstrations popping up all over the valley this weekend? There's like 8 demonstrations going on this weekend in almost every city.
But I'm not sure what good you did out there because, do you not trust the police to keep order? Because maybe you being out there it's impeding what they're trying to do. There's another person
out
there.
That's nonsense. That's like they're trying to put the blame. Yeah, I get it. No, that's nonsense. The fact is, you got to ask yourself, why are these demonstrations popping up? And it's not just Peoria. It's across the valley. It's across the states, across this country. Okay. Why is it? Tensions are really high.
Right.
And you can point to one person, and he's sitting in the White House. It's this craziness that's going on right now. You saw a United States senator just earlier today being tackled down just for asking a question. So tensions are extremely high right now. Me being out there, I was there for 5 minutes. I wanted to see what was going on. I talked to some reporters. Once I got there, of course, all the news channels wanted to get my opinions on the Trump administration and the ICE raids. They want to know my perspective. I gave them my perspective. But this is craziness right now. This is crazy.
Right. Okay.
And we got to stop and say, hey, do we condone violence? No, not at all. But the people there, I can tell you right now, were there exercising their constitutional rights. They were protesting. Yes, they were given wrong information, but nonetheless, why are they there?
Okay.
Why are they there?
Well, one was there to
all
shove
this craziness.
One was there to
If all
shove
this crazy,
one was there to shove a cop.
Well, that's shame on them.
Yeah.
Shame on them, and they should be arrested.
Right?
But why are they? Why is it that in matters of probably minutes, I got there kind of late, but why was it that just matters of just minutes over social media that you can get a good 300 or so people show up to protest on what they thought was an ICE raid? Why is it?
So I have a question about that.
Because of everything that's going on right now.
Yeah.
And if the federal government will stop doing what they're doing, and it's not about criminal aliens or criminal immigrants. It's not about criminals. It's about going after workers. It's going about law-abiding citizens right now.
Okay.
Even legal citizens that are being detained and taken away. That's the frustration. That's the fear. That's the emotion. And that's what you're seeing at these protests. If we ever wanted to stop that, let's tell Trump to knock it off. And that's going to take this entire country, including the business community, the faith community, everyone standing up, telling Trump to knock it off.
One second. So we're talking to Maricopa County Supervisor Steve Gallardo, who was there for some period of time out in Peoria. I have a question. You talked about finding out about this. Is there a network out there that is reporting on these? Where are you finding out where these raids, whether it was a raid or not, are being conducted?
It is just through social media. A lot of it is false reporting. It's through Twitter. It's through any type of social media. There was one that came across, and I just happened to be, I was right on 75th Avenue in Peoria at the time when I saw that, and they were reporting. Twitter was reporting the 69th Avenue in Peoria, and I said, well, heck, I'm right here. I'm going to look at it. I mean, I was headed home at the time. I drove by, got off. There was a large number of individuals. You really couldn't see. You saw a lot of the federal agency cars down the road. It was a peaceful protest at that time. It was. When I was there, it was peaceful. They were protesting, exercising their constitutional rights. When I left, apparently things got out of hand. I don't know what happened. I don't know. All I found out later on that evening through news that someone was arrested for assaulting a police officer. That's all I know.
What did you talk to some of the protesters? Did you say anything to them? You just went and looked. You just went and looked around. You didn't talk to anybody?
Right when I got there, the news media, all of them, 10, 12, 15, because all the news media was out there. They all came direct. They recognized me. I had, I was dressed down. I was wearing a
How did they
t-shirt.
find it so quick?
Social media, Bruce.
I guess
Social
everybody's
media.
following you. I'm following the wrong people.
They were there.
Yeah.
They were there. They came to me directly. They wanted to know my opinion on many of the ICE raids. I think many of them were under the assumption it was also an ICE raid. But nonetheless, they wanted my opinion. I gave them my opinion. But it goes back to why are these demonstrations? And the vast majority of these demonstrations, these protests, and I've been involved in so many. I've been an elected official for 25 years. You know, I was involved in a lot of the protests against Joe Arpaio when Joe Arpaio was doing his racial profiling stuff.
Right.
But many of them are peaceful. Unfortunately, you do get some that get out of hand, and they should be arrested. I'm sorry. If you assault an officer, you should be arrested, should be held accountable. But at this time, for the Peoria one, I go back on why. If everything right now with the Trump administration and the ICE raid, if it was not going on right now, you wouldn't have seen that protest there in Peoria. You wouldn't have seen it.
We're joined by Maricopa County Supervisor District 5, Steve Gallardo. He was out at the protest in Peoria. The day it happened, we talked to the mayor of Peoria, Jason Beck, and here's what he said. I'd like to get your reaction. Take a listen.
Okay. And the fact that there's politicians around this state, including a liberal county board of supervisors for Maricopa County, that was actually evidently at the scene trying to incite these issues. Yeah, I'm pissed.
What's your reaction?
I don't know this mayor. Never met him. Didn't even know the name of the mayor for the city of Peoria. This is not my district, but nonetheless, he couldn't. The fact, call me a liberal, really. That shows you the partisan side of it. But nonetheless, I think it's unfortunate what happened with the officer from the city of Peoria. But was I inciting? No. He's rambling off. Unfortunately, I don't know why he's pissed. But I mean, at least not pissed at me. The fact that I was there. We saw what happened to United States Senator being taken down.
We're going to talk about it.
The idea that elected officials are going to represent their constituency. They're going to represent their community. And when there are demonstrations, if I'm supportive of what's going on, you bet I'm going to be there to show support to my community. And in this particular case, these ICE raids, these ICE apprehensions right now, it's not about going after criminals. They're not going after criminals. They're going after hardworking individuals. These are folks that are just trying to provide their families, many of them that are being apprehended. And what do they call them? Casualties? Who calls them casualties? What country calls arresting a United States citizen a casualty? But they'll be released in a couple of days out of detention center. What type of a country is that when that is going on? And then you call out the National Guard because you don't like the protest? You don't like what they're protesting? You don't like that they're exercising their constitutional rights? So you're going to call out the National Guard?
Certainly a lot going on.
They were
California issue.
They were burning cars. I mean, and they were throwing rocks at cops. And, so, I mean, there was unrest.
Supervisor,
but that's up to the Los Angeles Police Department to handle it. They didn't ask for the National Guard. The governor didn't ask for the National Guard.
We talked about that.
Trying to just exercise some power by sending the National Guard because he does not like the protest. It won't be long when you see that here in the city of Phoenix and state of Arizona. I hope that doesn't happen because you're going to continue to see these protests throughout the country.
Supervisor Gallardo, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Anytime, gentlemen. Anytime.
Take a breath. All right, good.
Yes,
that is Maricopa County Supervisor representing District 5, Steve Gallardo, who was at the raid, the serving of a warrant in Peoria earlier this week, but said that he wasn't there when the violence.
Said he's going to be out at other ones.
But he'll go to other ones,
I guess so. All right, still to come. Next time you pick a seat on a plane, go with 11A. I'll tell you why next.
Hey, it's coming up this Saturday. That's right, just a couple days from now. You could join me at a screening of a documentary. It's brand new. It's called Retirement on the Brink. And I had a chance to be a part of this. Not only tell some of my story, but also do some interviews with some amazing people all over the country. Retirees or people close to retirement, talking about the things that worked for them and maybe more importantly, the things that didn't. That's right. Retirement on the Brink is something everyone nearing retirement needs to see. Get your VIP seat right now just by going to retirementonthebrink.com. Okay? It's retirementonthebrink.com. If you think you're ready for retirement, you got to see this documentary first, okay? Here's the deal, too. Get signed up right now at retirementonthebrink.com. Get your VIP badge, right? And we'll do popcorn and drinks for free, all right? I will see you Saturday, 5 o'clock out of the AMC Theaters in Mesa for Retirement on the Brink. From my friends at Trajan Wealth. The advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free Blackstone 8-piece accessory kit when you buy a Blackstone 28-inch griddle. Plus, get 2 free select Craftsman V20 tools when you buy an RP brushless drill and impact driver combo kit. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Violent anti-ICE protests arrived in Tucson this week, where KOLD-TV reports at least 3 people were detained yesterday. Video clips show a security officer who was hit with a water bottle firing a less than lethal gun in response, masked protesters holding makeshift shields as they inched toward the security team, and a member of the security team setting off what appeared to be a flashbang device. At one point, a security officer sprayed a chemical irritant at protesters. A protester responded by firing an even larger amount of irritant at the security officers. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on traffic now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a few crashes in Phoenix right now to look out for. One at 31st Avenue in Camelback, another at 7th Street in Indian School, and another one at Central and Northern affecting eastbound Northern. In Maricopa, you've got a crash at Butterfield Parkway and Edison Road, and in Glendale, that crash with a bicycle at 83rd Avenue and Union Hills. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. And Stuart, we keep hearing about tariffs. How do they impact your strategies for your clients?
Well, Jim, tariffs can affect investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented widespread. Right now, we're just dealing with the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that?
We just stay focused on what we've always been focused on, which is true diversification.
And you don't just rely on one source to guide your portfolios either.
Absolutely. We use multiple money managers to spread the risk.
So staying informed, being adaptable, and you don't panic.
Exactly. Do not panic and make sure that you're investing at the right risk level for you.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Free-range political analyst Chuck Todd joins us to talk about the big parade and Republicans who might be looking askance at the cost. That's tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Gators, did you see the video of this plane crash in India?
Oh, my gosh. It is
horrible.
Horrific.
So an Air India plane bound for London crashed shortly after takeoff, killing 241 of the 242 people on board. One guy apparently was thrown from the wreckage and survived.
Yeah, he was thrown from the wreckage, and he got up.
Literally walked to an ambulance.
And he walked away.
He walked. Are you kidding me?
I have no idea.
Unreal.
Yeah, I was watching this and seeing it earlier today. I'll just go a little personal here. My wife is a flight attendant.
Every time these happen,
she is flying today.
Does it give you a pit in your stomach?
It gives her a little bit of a pit, and it gives me a little bit of a pit. Even though, reality check, it's very safe. Most likely everything's going to be fine, but it's,
still,
anything can happen. And so this kind of a story gives me a little bit of a stomach ache, especially when my wife is flying.
I can only imagine.
Yeah,
honestly, I can only imagine.
Yeah. But for one guy to live after this,
away.
He has scratches, and that's it.
Yeah, he looked a little beat up. He had some blood on his shirt.
11A. That's where he sat.
He was sitting in seat 11A.
Right.
He is the only one of the 241 passengers and crew who survived.
Unbelievable.
After police initially said there were no survivors on the plane, Air India making a stunning announcement. One person on board survived. Extraordinary video appears to show the sole survivor, Vishwas Ramesh, limping away minutes after the crash, smoke billowing in the background. He reportedly told local media he doesn't know how he made it out alive. His family, here in Britain, speaking out, grateful Vishwas survived, but tragically, his brother AJ still missing.
Oh, boy.
Well, yeah.
And the trauma that he is going to go through.
I can't imagine.
Being the sole survivor.
And we believe there's fatalities on the ground. It hit a hospital.
Medical facility or something.
It hit the dormitory of a medical college.
Is 11A an exit row? I think
not on a 787.
Okay.
That would have been business class.
I just wondered if that was right there.
I think 11A on it, because that's a 3 first class, business class, and then commoners.
Wow.
But still, an amazing story. I've been talking to Captain Dan about it all day, but we got some theories.
I think it was pilot error.
It looks like pilot error right now. It looks like that. That could change. Checking the headlines are on the way. We're going to make sure, Becky Lynn's going to get you up to speed on everything you want to know. And has Trump changed his tune on who he arrests in his immigration crackdowns? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, let's talk to some of you guys out there about getting real testosterone prescribed by the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. So a lot of men suffer from what is called low T, low testosterone. This is happening more now than ever before, and experts are saying it's stress, it's poor diets, lifestyle. But it is a serious health concern. So ask yourself a few questions, fellas. Do you feel tired? Are you losing mental focus at times? Maybe you can blame that on Bruce. If you have some low T, there's a solution. There really is a solution. You just go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. Talk to the doctors there. Increasing your testosterone will give you more energy, build muscle mass, help you sleep better. So, how do you get an appointment? Super easy. Book your free video when you mention Gatos, your free video consultation with their licensed doctors right now. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
This time of year reminds me of my husband. Jim was a devoted father. When he passed away unexpectedly, I was left with 2 teenage daughters. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. Thankfully, we had a living trust. Our assets were protected, and his life insurance paid for our daughter's college. Even in tragedy, Jim's love carried through because he planned ahead. And when I pass someday, my daughters won't face delays in probate court or get buried in legal fees. My living trust ensures they'll inherit everything quickly and privately. This Father's Day, honor the dads in your life by protecting your family's future. And if you're 60 or over, save 65% on a living trust. Schedule your free consultation before June 16th.
Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. RJP has helped over 40,000 families since 1995. Call 480-896-9597.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
If you could see the future and saw something bad coming, would you do something to change it? That's exactly what my friends at Lifeguard Imaging do with their high-accuracy CT scans. They can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late, giving you time to take action and do something about it. When it comes to heart disease and cancer, what you don't know could be deadly. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. California Senator Alex Padilla speaks out after he was forcibly removed from a Homeland Security news conference today with Secretary Kristi Noem. Padilla was trying to ask about ICE in the Los Angeles area, but he was removed before finishing his question. Noem said that she never heard from Padilla until that moment, but Padilla says that's not true.
Since the beginning of the year, but especially over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions.
A nation on a dangerous path. That is the word from Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly following that incident involving his California colleague earlier today.
Alex Padilla is a great guy. He is thoughtful. He is passionate. He is just trying to serve his constituents in the best way he knows how.
Senator Kelly says Padilla was only doing his job in trying to ask questions of the Homeland Security Secretary. The senator also voiced his frustration with the president's speech at Fort Bragg earlier this week, accusing him of using troops as political props. Sources tell ABC News Israel is preparing a possible military strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. ABC News Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl says it comes as nuclear negotiations continue this weekend.
The president insists Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. He said a diplomatic deal is possible. He cautioned an Israeli attack could derail those negotiations.
As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in because I think that would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it also could blow it.
Even with all the signs that an attack may be coming soon, President Trump is out on social media saying, "We remain committed to a diplomatic resolution to the Iran nuclear issue." And his envoy on this, Steve Witkoff, is scheduled to be in Oman meeting with his Iranian counterparts for the 6th round on Sunday.
The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has named a suspect in a recent New River murder of a man known as Pastor Bill. The suspect, Adam Schief, has been arrested by Sedona police, according to MCSO. Captain David Lee explains.
MCSO and Sedona PD began to collaborate in this case, and Adam Schief was subsequently taken into custody by Sedona PD with the help of the Yavapai County Sheriff's deputies, as well as a regional quick response force.
Charges against Schief are still pending, but the office is indicating the alleged murder was due to a religious motivation. Guilty. Lori Vallow-Daybell's been found guilty in her second murder conspiracy trial in Arizona. She was convicted for plotting to kill her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux, in Chandler in 2019. Someone shot at Boudreaux in his driveway, nearly missing him. She is already serving a life sentence for the murders of her 2 children in Idaho. Let's get a check on traffic now. Heather Larson is standing by in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. 3 major spots of slowing in the Valley right now. Westbound I-10, just past the 101 is one of them. Also, the stack is a little bit slow, and the 347 South heading into Maricopa is slow. And just a reminder tonight, if you're a Chandler driver, there's a closure coming your way on eastbound Loop 202, the Santan off-ramp at McQueen. That's going to close for 60 days tonight at 11:30. For alternate routes, you can always exit on Arizona Avenue or Cooper Road. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We are looking at a low overnight of about 83 degrees, 108 to 109 tomorrow, and then 110 to 113 over the weekend. An excessive heat warning in effect. 108 right now in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, second hour of the show.
Oh, a lot of people tell you the second hour is the best hour.
I think it's going to be a long day.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a long night.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a long few days. And we're not talking about anything happening in the United States, but we have discovered that reports are...
Just seconds ago.
Israel is bombing Tehran.
Multiple explosions reported in the Iranian capital of Tehran. There is video of explosions in Tehran, and it's being reported by multiple news sources now out of the area.
Yeah. The United States pulled most of the troops out of certain areas in the Middle East. We
got our diplomats out of the embassies in surrounding
and that
countries.
Started yesterday. This was already percolating.
We knew that something was coming. Yeah. So this is going on now. Iran has threatened to respond.
This is huge.
I'm getting this now. Iran's air defense is firing shots into the air. So again, it's literally started seconds ago.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep you up to speed on it. That's the biggest story on the planet right now. There's a lot of unrest here in the United States as well.
There is that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you've made a solid argument, and I agree with it. I'm not trying to leave you on an island. That deporting criminals, quote unquote, bad guys, gang members, I haven't heard anyone say we shouldn't be doing that. Deporting abuelitas, dishwashers, people picking tomatoes in the field.
Home Depot
day laborers, a step too far. And you know who agrees with me? Donald Trump.
That is correct.
If you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that.
Bruce, I'm glad that you're giving Trump some credit.
I'm giving him credit.
I think you should.
Here's my favorite part, though. You know this. Like, this is just,
I don't know. What do I know?
I can't wait for MAGA to now tell me it's okay not to deport those people. After kick all the Mexicans out, now it's like, well, but Trump said we can keep the hotel workers and the people that work in the fields.
I mean, that's what it was at the very beginning. I mean, that was the argument, that you were going to leave them alone. I don't know if the president forgot about it, and I got to tell you, I don't think this like the Home Depot stuff that started everything in California. I don't think that came from Trump, man. I don't believe that. I mean, I did some research. What's the guy's name? Stephen Miller. He's one of the right hand man.
Paul Goebbels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't like the guy.
Yeah.
I don't like him at all. I think he's the worst guy that Trump has in his administration. He's the guy that is saying, go and get anyone. Get me numbers.
He's going to be crying like a little you-know-what today.
I don't care who it is, but if they're here illegally, I don't care if they have a spotless record. Yeah. I don't care if they're paying their taxes. I don't care. Go get them. That's one man. That's not Trump. That's this Miller.
Yeah, but Trump didn't stop him.
I get it, but that's this Miller character who is he is hell-bent.
Yeah, but MAGA is kick all the Mexicans out.
Okay, I don't think MAGA is. So what's the difference if MAGA is kick all the Mexicans out?
Yeah.
What was the difference when Obama deported more people than Trump did?
Yeah.
Was that kick the Mexicans out too?
Apparently.
So Obama kicked the Mexicans out too. I just want to make sure that I understand this.
Yeah.
Obama doesn't like Mexicans, and he wants to kick them out, and that's what he did.
Yeah. And he took a lot of heat from Democrats for it.
Okay, and Trump is the same, and George Bush was the same.
George Bush didn't do quite as much in the deportation.
So just Biden. Well, Biden let everybody in. So it's just a blanket statement. Every president doesn't like Mexicans, and they want every Mexican out. That's what we're going to go with.
Yeah, but they prioritized lawbreakers in the past.
Not necessarily.
And now we prioritize whoever they can get their hands on.
That's not necessarily true. Obama took a lot of people out of this country who were here illegally, even if they didn't have a record. I mean, that's been proven. So I just don't get the difference. It was okay when Obama did it.
No.
But it's not okay when Trump does it. Listen, and I'm the first person to say, leave the people at Home Depot alone. Go for the bad people. Go for the bad people. It's always for.
But how are they going to justify this now?
How is who going to justify this?
They kicked the Mexicans out crowd.
Well, I don't know. Those Obama fans.
Anybody.
I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about.
Well, because Trump changed. He just did a 180. This is absolutely not what they have been doing.
So let's give the man some credit.
Okay.
I'm not a big Biden or Trump guy, but maybe Trump said this is wrong.
He said he got calls from his friends in the hotel business.
I'm sure he did.
We ran out of maids.
He changed his mind in weird places. I get it. But like when someone does come and say, okay, you know what, maybe we shouldn't be chasing, and this happened today too, chasing people on a farm,
literally like in the field,
in the middle of a
right?
lettuce field.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness,
Central California, that area. Yeah.
So if the president sees that and says, "Yeah, that's wrong," that's good. I'm glad he saw that.
Absolutely, because there's nobody else that's going to go and pick lettuce.
There is
Do
not.
you pick lettuce? Is it picking? I think it is.
It
doesn't grow on trees.
No, but you make a good point. You're right. There's not going to be people.
We're just going to be run out of it.
Yeah.
We're going to have no tomatoes, no lettuce. We're just going to have
If you deport everybody,
Yeah.
the economy will crash.
Oh, without a doubt.
It will crash like you've never seen it before. That doesn't mean we stop deporting people. But again, let's prioritize it a little bit. So let's play the Trump clip again. Because I think a lot of people are pretty surprised by this.
Yeah.
It's a 180.
It's a 180.
And we like it.
If you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great.
They're not citizens.
And we're going to have to do something about that.
Really?
Okay. So let's
make them
go
citizens?
down that road?
Is that path to citizenship? Is that what he just said?
I think it's interesting.
Or is it guest worker program?
I love the guest worker program. I don't think you have to make everybody a citizen.
I agree.
But I think that there is a point here. And we talked about this when Trump was inaugurated, and we're like, okay, what's it going to look like with the immigration rates? What's it going to look like? If you've been here, honestly, if you've been here 20 years and you're here illegally, and you have a home, and you have children who now are American.
You pay taxes.
You pay your taxes. And not everybody does that, by the way. But
Sure.
I'm just saying, you pay your taxes.
If you live here, you pay taxes.
I get it.
Every time you buy a gallon of gas or food, you're paying taxes.
Yeah. You pay your taxes, and you're working hard and all, and you don't have a criminal record.
Right.
Other than sneaking in or other than leaving
The original
visa,
sin.
right?
Yeah.
You're overstaying. Right. If you're here for we should have some sort of a cutoff. If it's 10 years or more, maybe you do become a citizen.
That's what Trump said.
Maybe you do have a guest program.
Maybe that's what Trump's going to do. Path to citizenship. He's going to do Ronald Reagan. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. I think for many,
I think heads are exploding right now, though, which I love.
Well, I think it's a good thing.
I love. It's a great thing. Absolutely.
I don't know about the workers who are on the farm if they want to be here. Or they just want to work. I don't know that.
What do you mean they want? Oh, you mean they want to be citizens?
Do they want to be a citizen?
I'm sure there's plenty of them that just want to work.
And that's fine.
And they still want to cheer for Mexican soccer team or whatever. Yeah.
Awesome.
And maybe they go back in the off season, when there isn't crops.
Terrific.
Absolutely. We still need them.
We absolutely need them.
Yeah.
And so I think Trump is coming around to saying, yeah, maybe we do need them.
What about hotel workers?
We do need them.
Yeah, he said he didn't want them to deport the hotel workers also.
Again.
So tomorrow it'll be dishwashers.
They took a dishwasher out in California, and I thought that was the most ridiculous thing.
Busboys and dishwashers
just
are
ask,
next.
Did the man who they took out of a restaurant, who was a dishwasher, have a record? Because if he's stealing crap, let's deport him.
Yeah.
If he's washing dishes and he's not doing anything wrong,
right,
then leave him.
Yeah. Do you think it's because of the quota system? That they're being told to round people up and hit a certain number?
I think that goes back to that Stephen Miller guy who's giving people $3,000 a day.
Where's the low-hanging fruit? Let's just find the low-hanging fruit. Let's go to a Home Depot.
I don't like it.
Let's go to the farms in California.
Biden let a lot of people in this country. A lot of people have to go. I get it. They've been here for a year or two. They snuck in. The border was open. Okay, you want to get them out? I'm all for it. They haven't been here long. But there are hardworking people that have been here for decades.
Agreed.
I don't want them to leave. And
again, I would turn around and say, we need them.
We do.
They contribute to our society in a positive way.
Maybe Trump has come around on that because that's exactly what he said today.
Yep.
I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. So farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business. Trump thinks we don't need to be deporting them.
We need them.
We absolutely do.
They need us.
Agreed.
Pretty good deal.
They want to work. We want them to work.
Yeah. You want to stay here? Hey, we can figure out a way for you to do that, just like the president said.
Yeah, but I think guest worker is a great plan to start with.
I love the guest worker.
Absolutely. You're here. We know who you are. You got a card. Work away.
Like we need to bring
more
people in that way.
Couldn't care less where you came from.
Don't care.
Yeah. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And so what country do you think curses the most on effing planet Earth?
Oh,
We're going to talk. I'm sorry,
sake.
did I say that out loud?
Oh, geez.
Okay, we'll edit that out. That won't even go over the radio.
No, you
It's
can't
coming
edit
up
it
next.
out. It's live.
It's coming up next right here on KTAR.
Did you hear him curse, Becky Lynn?
I did. Well, he didn't really. He just said a letter.
All right,
And
I have
an ing.
to talk about Aria Dental Implant Center now. They're not going to be happy that we're coming off of one of those F-bombs that you just said. Hey, my great friends at Aria Dental Implant Center, they are going to help you. They are going to deliver that smile to you that you've been searching for and thinking about. You know, you lay your head down on your pillow at night and you're thinking, okay, what do I do? I can't eat certain foods. I'm not getting a lot of protein, which is because I can't chew, and it's hurting my health. If I try and chew some of these, chicken or steak, it doesn't digest well. It's hurting my health. Go to Aria, spelled A-R-I-A, Aria Dental Implant Center. They've got transparent pricing. There are no hidden fees. They make it simple, and they make it cost-effective. At Aria, they're a local company, okay? And that is huge. Here's why. They don't have the same overhead as those big, huge national dental implant companies. If you want to go to one of those, go ahead and try it. Get the price. Then go to Aria and see how you can save $21,000. All right? AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Sounds of explosions are being heard in the Iranian capital, and Israel has announced a special situation following an attack on Iran. Details are limited right now, but it comes after word of a potential Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear facilities over the past few days. Once again, Israel says it has launched an attack on Iran with explosions being heard in the Iranian capital. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, just go to KTAR.com. Checking on traffic now for us. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Traffic especially slow on the 347 south right now, heading into Maricopa. And in the city of Phoenix, we've got a crash at 48th Street in Southern right now to report. Otherwise, freeways are beginning to clear up around the valley. Traffic brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. It's 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? They could be dining and mingling with new friends at Beatitudes campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, this Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head over to the contest page at KTAR.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Family 4-pack. We came up with that, by the way. That's trademarked. You can go to the D-backs, take on the Padres, plus special Father's Day gift bag. Yeah. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. Head over to the contest page at KTAR.com.
All right, we got Israel bombing Iran.
So it appears that what's happening, and again, I'm going off of different sources. Please, I realize this could change a little. But some of these are international news sources. Okay, so some of them are in the region, including in Israel. What it appears to be doing is it is a strike not on Iran's nuclear capability.
That's what I thought it would be.
Well, hold on.
Because you can't let them get a nuke.
It appears to be on things like air defense systems, radar installations, and other military complexes, specifically in and around Tehran, the capital of Iran, which some of the, what do you call them? The analysts say might be a precursor to a second wave or more attacks.
It's a scary time in this world. We've got Russia and Ukraine. We got some unrest going on in the United States, but not like what's happening in Tehran today. But I think Israel's like, we have the Iron Dome, and we know that they can't really touch us. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us a couple months ago, and a couple of the missiles got through and hit in places that were in Israel, but not many did. And we found out that Israel easily can hit Tehran whenever they want, and that's what they're doing today.
Yeah, and Iran threatened to hit American military bases in other countries that are not necessarily related to this. Kuwait.
Go ahead and do that and see what we do.
A variety of things.
Yeah,
So,
you want to do that?
So, let me get it straight. We're not ending the war in Ukraine, and we're not.
I think we're closer to ending it today than we were before.
Really? Okay. It seems like seems to be going a little bit much.
Well, I don't know what the off-ramp is. I don't know.
That I don't. Yeah. So,
it's not easy to end a war.
No, explosions in Tehran is what we're getting right now. Smoke and fire being seen from military bases. It's either late night or early morning there. I just see it's dark on the pictures I'm seeing.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen yesterday. Well, we knew it was on its way. We just didn't know it would be today.
When the U.S. starts evacuating diplomatic personnel from countries in the Middle East, you can read between the lines that we knew possibly Israel tipped us off to something.
All right. Something more frivolous now. Give me something that's a little bit less like life or death. Give me something a little bit less serious, for crying out loud.
Americans have the filthiest mouths in the world.
That's amazing. Are we talking?
Knew it.
Are we talking germs or language?
Language.
Okay.
Yeah. Americans use vulgar language more than any other English-speaking country. Now, they looked at non-English-speaking countries.
Okay.
And it's more than them as well. Okay. We use a lot more potty. We're a little more of a potty mouth than the Brits, than the Aussies. Some of the other English-speaking nations out there.
I would have thought the Brits were pretty up there.
You would have thought so.
Right.
But
and
they're
different.
Yeah, they're totally different curse words they use.
I heard a lot of curse words in Scotland when I was there.
Really?
Oh yeah. In Ireland, they like to say the words.
Really?
Sure, because they start getting all boozed up on all the. Yeah. They got whiskey.
They're all boozed up, and they start
a wee bit of whiskey,
a little bit of a potty mouth.
Yeah, and then they got that beer. What's that beer I don't like? Guinness.
Yeah, you don't like Guinness.
Oh, I drank it, but I didn't like it.
Well, it's like motor oil, isn't it?
No. That's whiskey.
Oh, okay.
Now, that tastes bad. You might as well just put your mouth on a gas station.
So, they used computer programs to scan blog posts, websites, everything, and find out who uses the most potty mouth words. And, Americans are just far and away the worst.
It is funny. When I was in Scotland, there was one word that was used all the time.
Ooh.
And I think it's the most hilarious word I can't say it.
Oh, come on!
No, I'm not going to listen.
It's a dirty word.
Yeah, I'll write it down for you.
It's a dirty word in Scotland?
This is the word they use in Scotland.
So it's not...
Don't read it, dude. Bruce.
Hold on. I'm ready. Yeah, I know what that means.
Yeah.
I can't see it.
I don't know if it's a dirty word here.
That's a dirty word. And they use it all the time.
They use it a lot, yes.
I'll say what it starts. Starts with a W.
Starts with a W.
Yeah, and I just think it's very funny.
Did it make you laugh every time? They were saying it, and they weren't getting the reaction they wanted? You'd giggle at it.
I giggled. Yeah, we all giggled at it because I was like, that word is awesome.
Yeah, we need to bring that to America.
We do not use that word here.
I was going to say, has anyone invented any new curse words?
Unfortunately not. Because I would know them.
It's just like, same ones all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody needs to get
I've been angry enough where I've invented some.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong.
Around.
They don't stick. No, they're just kind of like stream of consciousness come off the top of your head.
In this study of America having the filthiest mouth, is it because we use this language we use bad language just in everyday speaking, or we get angry and we use this
everyday
language?
speaking.
Okay.
And I think here's something interesting.
Go to a coffee house. Can I have a blanking cup of coffee?
Yeah.
They say it's cultural. They said that appears to drive it. Countries that emphasize individual rights and personal freedoms tend to correlate with people using dirty words more because, a totalitarian government, you use a dirty word, they might send you to the rock pile.
That is true.
All right? So there you have it.
I take it as a badge of honor. We
as
curse
do
a lot.
I. Oh, my goodness. I have a complete potty mouth.
Fantastic. You do. I try not to curse very much.
Oh, I have no problem with it.
I know.
Yeah, I think, the F word could be like, it's just like a period.
We got it. We understand.
We
got it. We understand.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. And coming up next, one Arizona politician showed up at an ICE protest in Peoria earlier this week. Did he make the situation worse? We'll talk to him. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Put
Load Amazing Arizonans with Mike Broomhead and your summer road trip playlist.
We've had Jerry Colangelo, the late Al McCoy, former Governor Ducey, former Governor Brewer, former Senator John Kyle. So there have been political people in there, but their stories and personal stories of success have been amazing.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Anywhere really that you download podcasts, you can find the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
All right, roofing. Let's talk about it. America Roofing. You need to get your roof looked at before the monsoon hits. And the reason is you don't want a leak in your home. You don't want your furniture all wet. You don't want the roof to fall in. You want to make sure that there's not some costly repair down the line. That's why you call America Roofing. And they come over to your home and they will do a pre-storm inspection for free. If you mention Gatos, they pride themselves on their roofing knowledge, experience, their work ethic. I've seen them in action. Fantastic. Since 1999, America Roofing has grown into the largest, most reputable roofing company in Arizona. They put you first. They want you as a client. They want you as a customer. And they want you to know that your roof it's safe, it's durable, it's ready to go for the monsoon. Simple phone call to America Roofing. You could avoid a real headache when the monsoon rolls in. 602-960-ROOF. 960-ROOF, 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Jim Sharp, and what do I mean when I say the attorneys at Berg Simpson are good lawyers changing lives? Well, they're nationally renowned trial lawyers, which means they change lives for the better by fighting in court to get families compensation for their injuries. And Berg Simpson makes it a priority to give back to their community. Berg Simpson, good lawyers changing lives, is more than a slogan. It's who they are, and it's why I not only recommend Berg Simpson on the radio, I recommend my friends to them. Call them at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. bergsimpson.com.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-329-3737. That's 800-329-3737.
Attention high schoolers. Let's collab this summer with free summer school at Primavera Online. We're offering summer sessions in June and July where students can catch up, get ahead, and have a great summer. Our summer courses are accredited, flexible, can be taken anywhere, and are only 4 weeks long. Plus, there's 24/7 support from Lexi, our friendly and helpful AI chatbot. Primavera is now enrolling free summer school for grades 9 to 12. Enroll today at freesummerschool.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 5:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Explosions have been heard in the Iranian capital, and Israel's defense minister has announced a special situation, confirming what the Israelis are calling preemptive strikes on the Iranians. Almost immediately after, air raid sirens have been heard across Israel. ABC's Marcus Moore is in Tel Aviv.
Concern has been all along over any potential Israeli strike on Iran that there would be a response. And so following the what the Israelis have called a preemptive strike tonight here in the Middle East, in Iran, they soon after that sounded the alarms for anyone really across all of Israel to get to their bomb shelters, anticipating that there would be a response from Iran.
What this means for talks between the U.S. and Iran over the Iranian nuclear program is now a big question. We'll bring you more on this developing story as we get it. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com.
Guilty.
The final Lori Vallow Daybell murder trial in Arizona has come to an end. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live from the News Center with a verdict.
Arizona mom Lori Vallow Daybell has been found guilty for conspiring to kill her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. During closing, prosecutor Trina Kay said Boudreaux told police he suspected Vallow Daybell was behind the 2019 Chandler shooting.
And then he heard and saw that bullet that hit the frame of his car.
Vallow Daybell argued she had nothing to do with it.
You have seen opinions formed by strangers trying to put together a narrative.
Vallow Daybell was convicted of murder conspiracy in April over the death of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Vallow Daybell is already serving a life sentence for the murders of her two children in Idaho. As you're heading home this afternoon, let's see how the road looks. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, we got a report of a crash on I-17 northbound at Indian School and slow traffic in Scottsdale on the southbound 101 from Via Linda to McDonald Drive. Look out for a disabled vehicle in Glendale on the exit ramp on 101 loop northbound near Northern Avenue, and a crash on the right shoulder at 101 westbound at 7th Avenue in Phoenix. Another wreck on the right shoulder of the 101 westbound at 19th Avenue. And on the surface streets in Phoenix, there's a crash at 48th Street and Southern. Traffic brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies in 83, the overnight low temp, and then we've got some hot temperatures right through our weekend. Excessive heat warning. Tomorrow 109, 110 Saturday, 113 by Sunday. Right now it's 107 in Levine. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We get both sides of the issue of the Scottsdale Unified School District, their superintendent and the superintendent of public instruction. We'll do that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:30.
So earlier this week, there was a Homeland Security investigation, HSI, and what they told us was a serving of a search warrant related to a drug crime in Peoria. It went out on social media as a immigration roundup raid, something along those lines, and it drew a whole bunch of people, dozens to 100. I still don't know the exact number. At one point, somebody got physical with a Peoria police officer and was arrested. I think there's only one arrest in it.
Right. On that day, we talked to the mayor of Peoria, Jason Beck, who said this.
And the fact that there's politicians around this state, including a liberal county board of supervisors for Maricopa County, that was actually evidently at the scene trying to incite these issues. Yeah, I'm pissed.
Well, that liberal Maricopa County supervisor representing District 5, Steve Gallardo, joined us just a little while ago to give his side of things.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple question that we asked him, and I didn't know if I got really any good answer.
Okay.
Here's how it sounded, and this was my first question to Gallardo. You were out there in the middle of this protest. I don't get it. What in the world were you doing out there?
Well, there was a number of sightings that were being reported. I just happened to be a couple of miles from this one location that came across my phone. I said, I want to go see what's happening. I want to go view it. I want to see it. And I went down there. This is one of the biggest issues right now facing the state of Arizona and the community. Not only Arizona, but across the country. You're seeing these types of demonstrations popping up all over, from Seattle, Florida. You know, you're definitely seeing the terrible tragedies right now in California, all that craziness in California. So let me go see it. I want to see it. And I was there and was there for a good 10 minutes. I was not there for all the unfortunate craziness that happened afterwards. Tensions are high right now.
Yeah.
Tensions are extremely high. And you got to ask yourself, why? Why are you seeing these types of demonstrations popping up all over the valley this weekend? There's like 8 demonstrations going on this weekend in almost every city.
But I'm not sure what good you did out there, because, like, do you not trust the police to keep order? Because maybe you being out there, it's impeding what they're trying to do. There's another person out there.
That's nonsense. That's like they're trying to put the blame. Yeah, I get it. No, that's nonsense. The fact is, you got to ask yourself, why are these demonstrations popping up? And it's not just Peoria. It's across the valley. Tensions are really high.
Right.
And you can point to one person, and he's sitting in the White House. It's this craziness that's going on right now. You saw a United States senator just earlier today being tackled down just for asking a question. So tensions are extremely high right now. Me being out there, you know, I was there for 5 minutes. I wanted to see what was going on. I talked to some reporters. Once I got there, of course, all the news channels wanted to get my opinions on the Trump administration and the ICE raids. They want to know my perspective. I gave them my perspective. This is craziness right now. This is crazy. Right. Okay. And we got to stop and say, hey, do we condone violence? No, not at all. But the people there, I can tell you right now, were there exercising their constitutional rights. They were protesting. Yes, they were given wrong information, but nonetheless, why are they there?
One was there to shove a cop.
Well, I mean, that's shame on them.
Yeah.
Shame on them. And they should be arrested. But why was it that just matters of just minutes over social media that you can get a good 300 or so people show up to protest on what they thought was an ICE raid? Why is that?
So I have a question about that.
Because of everything that's going on right now.
Yeah.
And if the federal government will stop doing what they're doing, and it's not about criminal aliens or criminal immigrants. It's not about criminals. It's about going after workers. It's going about law-abiding citizens right now.
Okay.
Even legal citizens that are being detained and taken away. That's the frustration. That's the fear. That's the emotion. And that's what you're seeing at these protests.
We're
if we ever wanted to stop that, let's tell Trump to knock it off. Knock it off.
One second. We're talking to Maricopa County Supervisor Steve Gallardo, who was there for some period of time out in Peoria. I have a question. You talked about finding out about this. Is there a network out there that is, where are you finding out where these raids, whether it was a raid or not, are being conducted?
It is just through social media. A lot of it is false reporting. It's through Twitter. It's through any type of social media. I was right on 75th Avenue in Peoria at the time when I saw that. And they were reporting, Twitter was reporting the 69th Avenue in Peoria. And I said, well, heck, I'm right here. I'm going to look at it. I mean, I was headed home at the time. I drove by, got off. There was a large number of individuals.
Did you talk to some of the protesters? Did you say anything to them? You just went and looked. You just went and looked around. You didn't talk to anybody?
Right when I got there, the news media, all of them, 10, 12, 15, they recognized me. I'd been involved in so many. I've been an elected official for 25 years. You know, I was involved in a lot of the protests against Joe Arpaio when Joe Arpaio was doing his racial profiling stuff.
Right.
But many of them are peaceful. Unfortunately, you do get some that get out of hand, and they should be arrested. I'm sorry. If you assault an officer, you should be arrested, should be held accountable. But at this time, for the Peoria one, I go back on why. If everything right now with the Trump administration and the ICE raid, if it was not going on right now, you wouldn't have seen that protest there.
All right, so that was part of our conversation with a very fired up Steve Gallardo.
I'm just laughing. I could get a word in edgewise.
I mean, listen, it is tense, and people are fired up on both sides about this. And I didn't think there was any reason for him to be out at the protest, and that's why we gave him a call and said, "Well, tell us why you were out there," because I don't think you did any good out there. I don't know what.
He said he was just there to watch.
Well, again, I mean, do you really want to be part of that? At the end of the day,
I think he does want to be part of it.
It wasn't anything about ICE.
Yeah, there's no doubt that there's a lot of, what do you want to call it, false information going around?
He says he's going to go out to more. All right.
Yeah.
But again, why are you going out there and not talking to anybody? What's the point? What are you doing?
Well, I don't know if I'd recognize him if he showed up.
No. What's the point of going out there and trying to see what's going on and not talking in any of the protests? Why are you here? Hey, make sure that you're being,
Oh, you mean
talking to the
trying
people?
To diffuse the people.
He didn't do that.
Do you think they know who he is either?
I don't know.
Hey, that's County Supervisor Steve Gallardo.
Again, the guy's been here he's been doing this.
He's been doing it a while, but I not a household name.
What you're saying is he's not a household name even in his own household?
In his own
Is that what you're saying?
Does anybody get a word in edgewise with him?
He was good, though. I didn't like that he went out there, and I told him that. But, hey, he argued his point. I appreciate it.
Maybe one of by the way, we're keeping an eye on what's going on. Israel launching apparently airstrikes, some sort of strikes against Tehran as we speak, literally going on right this second, and maybe other places around Iran as news starts coming in. We'll keep on top of that. But then also, maybe the most amazing story of the day. If you're going to book a seat on an airplane, think 11A. We'll tell you why up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Later this month, Howard Air and Plumbing coming to the Gatos household. Well, and I must say, I might be a little late on this one, and I'm fine to admit that. They're going to come out, and I want to be proactive, and I want them to make sure that my AC unit is ready for summer. Now, in a perfect world, I probably should have done this a month ago. But again, that's okay. We get busy, we forget. So if you haven't had your AC thoroughly checked by the best in Arizona, Howard Air and Plumbing, it's not too late to get on their schedule. In fact, right now when you call, they're scheduling a few weeks out. You can get in. And why do you want to get a full system maintenance and professional cleaning? It's very simple. You want to make sure you don't have a breakdown in the middle of summer when it's 1:15. That's the thing. You want to make sure at night you're nice and cold. You're nice and cool. They've been serving the Valley since 1977. I'm on their schedule now. They're going to come out to the house. You need to get on their schedule as well. 602-953-2766, howardair.com.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat.
Let's run another marathon.
And regular deodorant.
How much more?
Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Israel has launched what it is calling a preemptive strike against Iran and declared a state of emergency, according to Defense Minister Israel Katz. Air raid sirens sounded in Tel Aviv following the announcement. ABC White House correspondent Selena Wang has more.
We don't have details on the size or the scope of this attack, but earlier today I had asked President Trump just how imminent an Israeli strike on Iran's nuclear facility could be, and President Trump told me that it very well could happen.
A U.S. official tells ABC News the U.S. did not provide any assistance or have any involvement in the Israeli strike. We'll continue to follow the developing story, and we'll bring you the latest as we get it in. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Time now for another look at the road home. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A car fire just reported at 202 and Priest, so expect a little slowdown there. In Scottsdale, that slow traffic has moved slightly on southbound 101. It's now slow from Indian Bend to the 202. In Glendale, a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp at 101 loop northbound near Northern. And in Phoenix, a crash on the right shoulder on the 101 westbound at 7th Avenue, and a wreck on the right shoulder of 101 westbound at 19th Avenue. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, I want to talk to you real quick about a Life Changer loan. Yeah, it's called Life Changer Loan, and you can find them online at lifechangerloan.com. Now, what can a Life Changer loan do for you? I mean, let's talk real world examples. Well, Stephanie and Joel, they heard about Life Changer Loan on KTAR. Thank you, guys. But they never thought it was for them. They already had a 3% rate on their 30-year mortgage, okay? They've got great credit. They got the good rate on the mortgage, right? But they still have 26 years of mortgage payments left. So check this out. With the Life Changer loan, they're going to pay off their mortgage, pay off their HELOC, and pay off both of their cars in 7 years. And will save over $190,000 in interest compared to their current loans. Talk about life-changing. It's game-changing for them. You can find out for yourself by going to lifechangerloan.com. Again, it's lifechangerloan.com. You can fill out the stuff. You can run your own calculations, and you'll find out why we say it's not magic, it's just math.
Yo-yoing was a lot of fun in junior high, but it isn't a game when it comes to your weight. I'm Jamie West. I lost nearly 50 pounds with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and I'm keeping it off after a lifetime of yo-yoing. The Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss exclusive 3-step protocol helped me restore my metabolism, and I feel great. What I really love is I took weight off quickly without shots or drugs or prepackaged foods. The secret is eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. Not only do Dr. Maloney and his staff offer great coaching, they keep you motivated. And so will all the compliments you'll be getting as you slim down. Make this your last summer of hiding from shorts and swimsuits. Schedule your free consultation right now. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Call 602-832-7440. 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Well, it's Father's Day weekend, but your outdoor activities could be curtailed by a lot. Find out the latest tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
All righty. A true story of a miracle happening. I don't know any other way to describe it. Do you?
It's an absolute miracle. There's no question about it. You can't explain this away.
You cannot explain this away.
No.
This morning, a Boeing 787, a Dreamliner, took off from India, but crashed moments later.
This particular plane has done more than 8,000 flights. There has never been a fatal crash with a Boeing 787. There has never been a crash with a Boeing 787. When you have a design flaw in an airplane, typically we learn about that early on like we did on the 737 MAX. But this has now flown more than 1 billion passengers. It has been in service for more than a decade with no significant issues.
So what was the miracle?
There were 242 people on board this plane. Indian officials are saying there's 241 fatalities.
I can't believe there was a survivor.
One guy.
I can't believe it.
One guy apparently was thrown free when the airplane broke in two. And Gatos, we've seen this together. There's a video of him walking to the ambulance. One guy survived. He was sitting in seat 11A. He was on the window. And he walked himself to the ambulance after this plane went, a huge fireball. It hit buildings, for goodness sakes.
Yeah. The brother of the survivor was speaking.
When he was on the runway, my dad called him. And Vishwa said, we're going to take off soon. And then literally like 2 minutes later, he video called my dad. As he crashed, he said, our plane's crashed.
Yes, Mr. Ramesh. Don't make me pronounce his first name.
Correct.
Doctors in India say he has multiple injuries all over his body, but is in relatively good shape. He has some burns. He has some cuts. But again, he walked to an ambulance.
Yeah, he lost his brother on the plane, too.
Oh, I can't. He must be completely disoriented. He says he has no idea how he got out of the plane. He doesn't remember. He says he remembers the plane crashing. You know, he remembers a bang and kind of flying in the air.
The only man to survive a devastating plane crash.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal.
And there's pictures as his family is weeping with joy and dread.
Yeah.
Because he walked away, but his brother, who was on the flight with him, did not walk away.
Yeah.
Can't even imagine.
No.
I think the sibling sat on the other side of the aisle in seat 11J.
So he was on the window on the other side.
So
interesting.
The man who did not die, 11A, by the exit, survived. His sibling, 11J, on the other side of the aisle.
Just an unbelievable story. And by the way, I was talking to pilot friends again, you know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions unanswered as of right now. We're going to get the black box and voice recorder and stuff. But if you're everyone who's kind of looked at this right now says it looks like pilot error.
Yeah.
That there was not just one issue. You know, it's any plane crash. It's always a multitude of things go wrong.
Yep.
That lead to a crash, and it looks like there were a few mistakes made along the way.
Think about the man's mother, who is now too grief-stricken to speak. I mean, in human history, how many moms has had to go through something like this, where one of her sons is killed in a plane crash and the other survived? How many times has that happened in human history?
Yeah. Just something we literally never heard of.
Crazy. All right.
We've got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And then coming up next, where we go? An HOA.
Yeah.
An HOA. Kind of interesting. Did they spit on the memory of a dead teenager? I'll tell you that story. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, I want you to hire the Arizona Painting Company. My great friends over there. They've been doing this for over 20 years. Just last summer, got the outside of the house painted. This summer, I'm getting the inside of the house painted. We're doing ceilings and walls and inside of closets and baseboards, and we're looking forward to it. Now, couple things about the Arizona Painting Company. Maybe you want the inside of your house painted this summer like me, but you're debating making the call. Why? Well, the kids are home all day. You think it's too tough to have painters at the house while kids are running around. Not true. Hire the Arizona Painting Company. They work around the kids. They've been doing this for decades. They're experienced at working while kids are at home. They can work around the clutter. They paint your house in sections. You keep the kids at home. You take them to lunch. Maybe you go to the water park or the movies, and then you come home, see the amazing progress. It's very simple. Just hire the Arizona Painting Company. They can still paint the inside of your house with the kids at home. All you have to do is text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you some information about the Arizona Painting Company.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Me of my husband. Jim was a devoted father. When he passed away unexpectedly, I was left with 2 teenage daughters. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. Thankfully, we had a living trust. Our assets were protected, and his life insurance paid for our daughter's college. Even in tragedy, Jim's love carried through because he planned ahead. And when I pass someday, my daughters won't face delays in probate court or get buried in legal fees. My living trust ensures they'll inherit everything quickly and privately. This Father's Day, honor the dads in your life by protecting your family's future. And if you're 60 or over, save 65% on a living trust. Schedule your free consultation before June 16th.
Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. RJP has helped over 40,000 families since 1995. Call 480-896-9597.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm, For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. New tonight, Israel has launched what it is calling a preemptive strike against Iran and declared a state of emergency. That's according to the country's defense minister. ABC News contributor and former Marine Colonel Steve Ganyard says it'll be important to learn what Israel targeted.
President Trump has been holding out hope that the negotiations that are going on in Oman were supposed to go on Sunday would actually lead to something, but has also been very frustrated. The Israelis see the ability of the Iranians to create a nuclear weapon as an existential threat, and so their ability to tolerate the kind of delays that we've seen out of the Iranians is very different from the U.S.
Air raid sirens have sounded in Tel Aviv. The U.S. did not provide any assistance or have any involvement in the Israeli strike. During a Homeland Security news conference led by Secretary Kristi Noem, California Senator Alex Padilla was forcibly removed and handcuffed after attempting to ask a question about ICE activity in Los Angeles.
I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question, and so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground.
Noem claims she had never heard from Padilla prior to the event, but Padilla says he's asked multiple times for information on the arrests. Unacceptable, that's the word from Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly after today's incident involving his colleague from California.
This is in a federal building, and this didn't happen in isolation. The Trump administration has arrested a mayor and a member of Congress and a labor leader.
Kelly says Senator Padilla was only doing his job, trying to ask questions of the Homeland Security Secretary, adding he believes the country is on a dangerous path. The senator also accused President Trump of using American troops as political props during his speech at Fort Bragg earlier this week. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has named a suspect in a recent New River murder of a man known as Pastor Bill. Suspect Adam Schief has been arrested by Sedona police, according to MCSO. Captain David Lee explains.
MCSO and Sedona PD began to collaborate in this case, and Adam Schief was subsequently taken into custody by Sedona PD with the help of the Yavapai County Sheriff's deputies, as well as a regional quick response force.
Charges against Schief are still pending, but the office is indicating the alleged murder was due to a religious motivation. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays joined a multi-state lawsuit this week to halt the sale of private genetic information. She's suing to prevent 23andMe, a popular DNA testing company, from auctioning a genetic database containing information from about 15 million customers. The company's trying to sell the data after filing for bankruptcy back in March. Turning to Wall Street today, the Dow up 101 points, closing at 42,967. The S&P rose 23, and the NASDAQ was up by 46. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking on the road home now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's start with eastbound 202. There was a car fire earlier at Priest causing a little bit of a backup there. At 51 northbound at Thomas, you've got a crash there. And another crash, this one on the city streets at 46th Street and Thomas. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Looking like it's going to be a hot Father's Day weekend. 83 for our overnight low. Tomorrow's high about 109, 110 on Saturday, and 113 by Sunday. Yes, we will be under a weekend excessive heat warning. Right now it's 108 degrees in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
A lot of people tell you hour number 3 is the best of the hours.
We are asking you to text the word food to 620-620 as we partner with St. Mary's Food Bank. And we're going to try and feed children who go without a couple meals a day in the summer. And so your money stays right here in Arizona. Talked yesterday about how some people, we noticed that in the line for their cars, their families sleeping in their cars.
Living in them, yeah.
We heard about a mom today of 2 that has food stamps and 2 little kids, and they're good for 3 weeks out of the month. And then week 4, nothing in the pantry. And that's why they go to St. Mary's. So we're asking you right now, text the word food to 620-620. And those are the type of people, those are the families you're going to help. And we need $1,000 this hour.
Okay.
That is the challenge.
That's Team 6 o'clock.
Let's get it going.
6 o'clockers.
Let's give.
All right. This is a sad story. I got to take you up to the corner of 43rd Ave and Happy Valley. All right?
Okay.
That intersection means a lot to Jason Nunez. Jason's son, Chase, was killed at that intersection when he crashed his motorcycle into an SUV.
Saw that. Very tragic.
Jason and the family set up a roadside memorial. And obviously, when it first happened, a lot of people were bringing flowers and candles. You've seen this, right? This is not new. But he's been maintaining this roadside memorial for his son for over a year now. But he was just told by a nearby homeowners association he needs to remove it or they would take it down.
I want the reason. I think I know the reason, but I want the reason. I can speculate on the reason. It's been up for a year.
Yeah.
Probably does go against HOA stuff. I get it. People, you either love the HOA or you don't.
I hate them.
Right, I love them.
Defund the HOA.
I want to give them more money. Here's an argument about the roadside memorials. You know, if you do look at some studies, they can be distractions to drivers who look at them. Potentially
I hadn't thought of it like
leading to accidents.
Can I say
doesn't mean that somebody crashed near this one.
Might also make people slow down if it could give them a moment of pause. You know,
I tend to look at them.
Okay.
When I pass one, I tend to look at them. Am I distracted? I don't know. I mean, we're always distracted when we're driving. I also feel like, and I don't know this road.
This corner up there?
I don't.
Yeah.
But to maintain the memorials, you know, you're near the side of the road. Mm-hmm. You've got people looking at the memorial. I don't want somebody.
There's lots of distractions. Come on.
Still, it's happened.
So
this has happened.
Dad is claiming he is on city property, not HOA. And the city doesn't have a problem with it as long as they fit within certain parameters, like they can only be so tall, these roadside memorials. And there's some memorials that have been up for years. I pass some. You see them on I-10 a lot, by the way, if you drive on the freeways.
I think you make a good point.
There's some on I-10 that...
How long do you leave them up?
It's up to the family. It's not I don't think it's my call.
Like, for me, you know, if it makes Dad feel better that it's up, I say screw the rules, let him do it.
Yeah.
But if there is a safety concern, that's maybe why the HOA is stepping in. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's but again, I don't know if it's like do you get to keep it, like are you gonna keep it forever? Are you gonna maintain it forever?
I don't know. I mean, I cannot imagine this dad going to this intersection.
Right. Oh, it's horrendous.
And
knowing what happened.
And this is the place he lost his son.
Right.
Right here.
Yeah.
And wanting to maintain a memorial to him. And as he says, people still bring some things by. His friends will drop things off, and they've maintained this memorial now.
Well, it is like going to the grave of someone who has passed away. And there are some people, like, I'll give you an example. Like, my dad still goes to my mom's grave.
Okay.
Like, he does it on occasion. As she died from COVID, 2020. He still goes there on occasion, whether it's her birthday or what have you. And that's a place for him to go and be with her.
Talk to her, be close to her. Yeah, find solace in it, right?
There are other people that never go to those places.
No.
And they don't. Like, for me, I don't think I've ever visited someone at a grave.
Oh, really?
No, I don't think so.
I have.
I've been at funerals.
Sure.
But have I gone back?
I've gone back.
Yeah, I haven't done it.
Yeah.
And maybe that's...
I visit my dad's grave.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
What does it do for you? Because maybe what that does for you is what it happens here with Dad and his son.
I think it makes you feel close to them.
Okay.
And I can tell you that one thing I do for my dad is every time I go, I leave Tabasco sauce.
You mentioned that.
Because my dad used to carry a little bottle of Tabasco sauce in a holster. He was famous for it. All of my friends, they made fun of it for a while, and then they had Tabasco apparently, and they thought, well, this is a pretty cool idea. So he always had Tabasco sauce on it, as he said, just in case he ran across a place that wasn't decent enough to have Tabasco sauce that he would put on, because he put it on everything.
Wonderful.
So I leave a little bottle of Tabasco sauce on his grave when I go there.
I think it's great. People mourn in different ways.
Yeah.
I always take flowers. I want to go back. It's like you're not forgotten.
Yeah, I don't know if I would feel the same way, though. If my father had been, killed in a traffic accident on a street corner on the side of the road, if I'd want to go back to that spot. But again, I don't know. I can't tell other people how to grieve. I can't tell them what's important to them. And again, Dad, in this case, is kind of willing to fight it out with the Stetson Hills Homeowners Association, saying that he's on City of Phoenix property. He's not on HOA property. And if they don't like it, I'm going to paraphrase, they can pound sand.
No. I don't know what Dad is feeling. I mean, you lose a child. And if this makes you feel like you're closer to your child, sometimes the rules need to go out the window.
Fair.
And listen, I've always said I'm a big supporter of the HOA, of HOAs, because, do I like them? No, not really, but do I want to live in one? Yes, I do.
Oh, God,
but
never.
I've chosen to do that.
And
there are a lot of people that choose not to do that. And I get it.
I made a mistake once.
No, I want to live there. I want to live in an HOA. And some people are like, you couldn't pay me enough.
No. Yeah. I'd burn the house down. I got to tell you, I saw one.
They'd fine you.
Yeah, they would. They'd fine me for the debris. When I go to the racetrack in Casa Grande.
Yes.
And I don't know the name of the road, but I'm out there, kind of in the back way to Casa Grande. I drive past this roadside memorial every time. It's lit up.
Wow.
Like it had, I don't know, is it solar, batteries? But it literally has lights on it. I wouldn't call them Christmas lights, but it has white lights and there's a cross. And it's one of these roadside memorials. And it is a monstrosity on the side of the road. Who am I to tell you how to grieve?
Yeah. Let me ask this. Would it be better just to put a marker there?
Like a permanent, if you could get like a engraved stone or something like that.
I mean, it doesn't have to be big.
Plaque,
yeah. Yeah. But then again, a lot of people lose their lives in crashes, and if we do that for everybody, there's going to be
every street corner.
Right. There's going to be a plaque for everybody there.
Be filled up. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe there's just a period of time that you get that you can leave it up. But listen, I feel bad for the family.
Yeah.
I mean, their teen died. It was a motorcycle accident.
A car pulled in front of him.
Awful.
And he died. Awful. He died there at that intersection.
Awful.
They wanted to, and so they go back to the last place they know him. Hey, we got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us, and then coming up next, Israel airstrikes going on as we speak. We'll give you the absolute latest as Israel is telling us exactly what they're doing. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, I want you to get new windows. You've needed new windows for a long time. You don't like your current windows. They're maybe cheap. Maybe they came with the house. They've never been upgraded. One window company. This is who you go with, right? Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products. They are local. They've been putting windows in folks' homes for almost 40 years. And they've got an incredible special. It's the Gatos Summer Special. That's right, the Gatos Summer Special. You buy 10 windows or more, and you get $2,500 off the price. Just mention Gatos. You buy 10 windows or more, and you get $2,500 off. Call them, 480-764-2002. All right, it is a lifetime warranty. These are high-efficiency replacement windows and doors. Lots of colors to choose from. They have a transferable warranty to the next homeowner if that's something you're interested in. 480-764-2002, or you could visit advancedwindows.com.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center tonight. We're getting word of a shooting involving police in Mesa. Now, details are sketchy, but we're told it happened in the area of 72nd Place and East Broadway. Mesa police tell us no officers were hurt and suspects are in custody. We'll bring you more details on this as we get them in. Again, Mesa police say no officers were hurt after an officer-involved shooting there this afternoon. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's get a traffic check and get you home tonight. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Quite a few crashes to report on the surface streets. You got one at 67th Avenue and Van Buren, another at 47th Avenue and Bethany Home Road that just came in. A crash with a motorcycle at 175th Avenue south of Sweetwater. A wreck at 7th Street in Portland and Phoenix. And another crash at 35th Avenue and Dunlap. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you very much.
There's a lot going on. We just had the shooting.
Unreal.
We've got Iran and Israel.
Yeah,
and
Israel's striking Iran right now.
And then during Becky Lynn's newscast,
you ready?
You ready for this?
A federal judge has ordered President Trump to return control of the National Guard back to the state of California, saying the call-up was illegal. Judge Breyer is staying the order until 12 noon tomorrow to allow them to appeal, but he is saying that the National Guard is under the authority of the governor and that they will have to take orders from the governor.
I agree. That's what I always thought. We had Governor Hobbs in here just the other day for her exclusive every 2-week interview. And what she said was, I control it. I control the Arizona National Guard, not the president. I think at this point, to be honest, I don't think anybody cares. I don't think they care that Trump did it. I think that they care, get the protesters who are violent off the street. I don't care how you do it.
I just wonder, so what I can't find in this is mention of the Marines, because that's different.
I think he gets control of the Marines.
This is just the California National Guard.
I think it should be just the California National Guard.
This isn't I don't believe this ruling is with the Marines, but it just came down.
Trump can send the Marines wherever he wants, right? It's not normal to do
comitatus. No,
it's not normal to do it in America.
It's a violation of the Constitution.
Well, then why didn't they do that?
I think it's probably a different lawsuit. You know,
I thought it was both. I thought it was both in the one lawsuit.
Yeah, he. I'm trying to read it.
Okay, all right.
He says Trump violated the 10th Amendment. Must return control of the California National Guard to the governor of the state of California forthwith. Ooh, he used forthwith in a sentence.
All right. So, is Newsom going to keep the National Guard there, or is he going to pull back? Is he going to be like, Like, I don't
because right now I think
expect him to do what's helpful for California.
The National Guard is guarding the federal building
right
down there in downtown LA. That's all they're doing. They are like, if you've seen the video, I say they ring it. It's not 360 degrees, but they're around the outside of that building. That's all they're doing.
Right. But you mentioned it too. There's an appeal. A lot of times we've talked about. I don't remember what there's so many court cases with the president.
Oh God, you can't keep track of it.
I don't remember what there was one. Oh, there was one court case where the judge says you can't put tariffs on countries. It's Congress's job, and then they appealed it and they overturned it.
Yeah.
So Trump could overturn this on an appeal with a different judge.
And he says he gives them till noon tomorrow to file an appeal.
Okay. They'll appeal then.
Yeah. All right.
What else is going on?
Where do you want to start?
I know your head has to be on a swivel during the show.
Israel is striking different areas around Iran, and it appears that the original strikes that happened, when was that? 20 minutes ago? 45 minutes? Time's flying.
It was right after 5 o'clock.
It was right after 5 o'clock. I apologize. It was just over an hour ago.
Told you, head on a swivel, man.
Now they are apparently going after some of the nuclear facilities, the nuclear sites that Iran has.
Good. I mean, listen, I don't like war. I don't want people to lose their lives. Having Israel and Iran in a battle, having Ukraine and Russia, it's not good. But you can't have Iran get nuclear weapons. Here's something from ABC on just what we mentioned about the nukes. Okay.
Well, Lindsay, earlier today, I had asked President Trump about how imminent this Israeli strike on Iran's nuclear facility could be, and the president had told me that this could very well happen, adding that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, telling me that the U.S. would help Iran be successful in any other way, even trading with the country. Now, this comes as President Trump in his second term has repeatedly stressed that Iran cannot be developing a nuclear weapon, that it cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, you can't allow them to get a nuclear weapon. Here's the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Israel knows that they can hit Tehran because they did it before.
Yeah, they've done it before.
But they had but I don't think that ever happened before.
What do you mean?
Hitting Tehran.
I think there was some there. I don't know how much.
They did it last year.
Yeah.
Okay, so they knew that they could hit Tehran. When Iran said
Iran doesn't have the defenses to stop them.
Correct.
Right.
They don't have the Iron Dome
or whatever.
Okay.
Right.
But when Iran threw everything at Israel, including the kitchen sink, nothing really got through.
No, which is why
this is happening.
Well,
Israel knows that Iran can't hurt us, and so at least with the missiles that they're going to send over, so let's take out their nuclear plants.
But I think they also know that that's why Iran has threatened to hit American military bases. I'll use the term in the region where we know that the threat was there because yesterday it went out that we evacuated or removed the diplomatic corps in Kuwait.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Bahrain and Iraq. So they may not waste their missiles on Israel, knowing they won't get anywhere. But will they fire them in other directions? I don't know.
If they want to hit American soldiers, then you've got the United States and Israel pounding down your door, and that is not.
I don't want Israel to drag us into a war.
I don't want to be dragged into a war.
I don't want Israel to drag us into a war.
I don't want to have any part of it.
Israel can do this on their own, but I don't want. I'm not interested.
No, I don't want America to get dragged into this.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it.
Just like the same as Russia and Ukraine. I don't want American soldiers.
No, not at all. No problem giving them all. I love watching the drones just annihilate the Russian military.
Love it.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that up next. And why are Arizona police departments distancing themselves from ICE immigration raids? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Well, it looks like it's a buyer's market now in the Valley. Well, we haven't said that in quite a long time. If you're searching for a home, if you want the dream of home ownership, if you don't like the apartment that you're in anymore, or the home that you're renting from somebody else and basically you're paying their mortgage, pay your own mortgage. Call the One Mortgage team because they'll tell you this. Two things. One, Maricopa County has added more housing units than any other county in the nation this past year. Number two, 18,000 homes vacant in the Valley. I'll give you number three, why you should call the One Mortgage team. Some folks are selling their homes. You can buy them. Some of those folks are dropping the price. You should buy that house. And just go through the process. Go through the process with the One Mortgage team. They've been doing this for over 30 years. They get you pre-approved for a loan. They get that mortgage for you. They hold your hand throughout the whole process. They'll tell you how much money you should spend on the home. They'll look at your finances. And then you've got the option. Maybe we should buy. All you have to do is call 623-875-9940, LundMortgage.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
It's one thing to suffer from allergies as an adult, but it's really tough on kids. Sniffles, stuffy nose, yuck. And then you feel bad because you forgot to give them their allergy meds. All of that can be a thing of the past, thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus. They've helped thousands, including children, with their kid-friendly allergy testing and pain-free allergy drops. Schedule your appointment today while the kids are out of school. Go to AspireAllergy.com. That's AspireAllergy.com.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful, new, energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Do you know that KTAR News has a YouTube channel? We do. Of course, you can listen to 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and KTAR.com. But on our YouTube channel, you can also watch Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Chris and Joe, and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. The best part about getting KTAR content on our YouTube channel, you can access it anytime you want, whenever it works for you, wherever you are. And you don't have to watch it. You can just listen if you want. We won't be offended. Search up KTAR News on YouTube and subscribe.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. New tonight, Israel has launched what it's calling a preemptive strike against Iran and declared a state of emergency, according to Defense Minister Israel Katz. Air raid sirens sounded in Tel Aviv after the announcement. The U.S. did not provide any assistance or have any involvement in the Israeli strike, a U.S. official tells ABC News. ABC's White House correspondent Selena Wang says it comes as the Trump administration and Iran were supposed to hold a sixth round of nuclear negotiations Sunday.
Tensions in the region are at an apex right now. This also comes after the U.S. had ordered non-essential diplomats out of Iraq, and the Pentagon authorized military families voluntarily to depart throughout the Middle East. The president today saying that it could be a very dangerous region.
A federal judge has issued a temporary restraining order directing President Trump to return control of the National Guard deployed in Los Angeles to the state of California. The order, which takes effect at noon tomorrow, says the deployment of the Guard is illegal and both violated the 10th Amendment and exceeded the president's statutory authority. The White House had no immediate comment on the ruling. Also tonight, no officers were hurt and suspects are in custody following an officer-involved shooting in Mesa this afternoon. Details still a bit sketchy, but we're told it happened near 72nd Place in East Broadway. We'll bring you the latest details as we get them.
Guilty.
Arizona mom Lori Vallow-Daybell has been found guilty for conspiring to kill her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. During closing, prosecutor Trina Kay said Boudreaux told police he suspected Vallow-Daybell was behind the 2019 Chandler shooting.
And then he heard and saw that bullet that hit the frame of his car.
Vallow-Daybell argued she had nothing to do with it.
You have seen opinions formed by strangers trying to put together a narrative.
Vallow-Daybell's already serving a life sentence for the murders of her two children in Idaho. And Nevada Republican Governor Joe Lombardo unexpectedly vetoed a bill today that would have required voters in that swing state to show a photo ID at the polls, a conservative priority across the country and something that's long been on the governor's legislative wish list. The bill came together in the final days of the session and passed mere minutes before the Democratic-controlled legislature adjourned June 3rd. Lombardo had been expected to sign it. Tonight in sports, a day off for the Arizona Diamondbacks after they wrapped up a sweep yesterday of the Seattle Mariners. They'll open a weekend series with the San Diego Padres tomorrow night at Chase Field. Phoenix Mercury coming off a win over the Dallas Wings. They'll be back in action on Sunday, taking on the Las Vegas Aces. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time for another look at traffic. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The westbound 10 is our trouble spot right now with a crash on the left shoulder there, and that is near 43rd Avenue. On the surface streets, we've got a crash at Greenway and Parkview, another at 67th Avenue and Van Buren, another one at 47th Avenue and Bethany Road, and a crash with a motorcycle and Surprise at 175th Avenue south of Sweetwater. Traffic brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
tonight, 83. Tomorrow, 108 to 109. And excessive heat warning for our weekend with 110 expected Saturday and 113 by Sunday, Father's Day. In Queen Creek, right now it's 104. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill. Friday is payday, and if not this week, the next. And a good thing, too, because Phoenicians have a real problem for the other 6 days in the week. You're going to find out if you're in the TGIF crowd or the Any Day is a Good Day group. Tomorrow at 2 on The Chris and Joe Show.
I had my headphones off. I didn't hear what they were saying. I guess I'll tune in tomorrow.
You'll have to listen tomorrow.
I missed. I was looking at my foot.
Okay.
Or my shoe, and I missed. Was that Merrill?
It was Chris Merrill. Yes,
I missed it.
The Chris and Joe Show.
All right, I'll try and
again, we're keeping an eye on a bunch of stories going on right now. Israel is saying that this is a multi-day operation in striking Iran. Israel and Iran have both closed their airspace. There's no commercial flights in and out. Obviously, you've got to be concerned about things like that. And it remains to be seen if, how, and when Iran retaliates.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably put our military guy on tomorrow. I don't know.
I can't imagine what will happen between now and tomorrow.
I know, but I don't know how they're going to respond. How they're going to really respond. They were unable to hit Israel, even though they threw everything at them. So I don't know how they're going to do that. Yeah,
but they have Houthis. They have all these proxies around the world that they may. I don't know. What do you say? Activate, mobilize, terror attacks. I have no idea.
I don't know.
No idea.
All right.
I thought it was kind of interesting. The first time I saw it, the city of Phoenix put out a thing on social media, and I'm going to paraphrase it. We have nothing to do with the ICE raids that are going on. We're aware of them, and it wasn't us. Thank you very much. And I go, okay, well, that's just Phoenix, right? And then I saw Scottsdale put out a thing. We are aware of ICE activity. We have nothing to do with it. Like all of the police departments are coming out with very public statements that they are not involved in ICE raids. Is this for show, or are they trying to distance themselves from these?
Trying to distance themselves.
Okay.
Like, we did a war room, I don't know, a month or two ago. We had Maricopa County Sheriff Sheridan in.
Yes.
He said, I mean, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I don't remember exactly what he said, but, I don't know if he's cooperate. They do cooperate with ICE in the jails and all that.
In the jail, they have an agreement to do a hold or whatever.
But what Sheridan said is, it's not our job to go out and arrest or help take down illegal immigrants. That's not what we're doing.
Yeah,
that was from the mouth of the new sheriff.
Now, I will tell you,
we're seeing that Phoenix is saying the same thing. We're seeing that Scottsdale is saying the same thing. They want to keep the peace, and they want residents of Arizona to trust them. And ICE is there to do a tough job. ICE is there to do a tough job. It is not local law enforcement their job to do that. They can assist. They can protect these ICE officers, but it's not to round people up.
Do you think that's the expectation of people?
That like the
police department isn't involved?
I think that they have to come out and say, we're not involved. We have to tell the public what the deal is. They're going to be raids. You're going to see raids on TV. You're going to hear us talk about raids. But we just want you to know that if you do see us there, we're in the background.
Well, like we saw in Peoria, where Peoria police said we were there to provide traffic control.
That's what their job is.
We were not involved in, and that was the execution of a warrant.
Right.
But they said we were not involved in that part. We were in the traffic control part.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying it's a controversial issue. We know this is controversial. I get it. Everybody gets it. But I think if you want the people to trust you, and your Mesa or your well, they don't really have a police department because that guy is the head of that.
Here we go.
Head of that operation. Anyway. I forgot what I was saying.
If you want people to trust you. Okay. So, but yeah, I think
when
it's
I get into
interesting.
Gilbert, the most dangerous place in the world,
Gilbert
and
is the most
that
dangerous
police chief who did nothing while the goons are running around, it just boils my blood.
It does. I think it's a real fine line to walk for police departments. Because what's the difference between a sanctuary city and a police department that doesn't, that says we're not involved in immigration raids? What's the fundamental difference?
I don't know. I mean, like a sanctuary city, I don't think it's the police that are protecting illegal immigrants.
But they're saying we're not going to go after them.
It's the government.
Yeah, we're not going to detain them. We're not going to ask for it. We're just not going to. We're not involved.
Well, say San Francisco is a sanctuary city. ICE can go into San Francisco and they can arrest as many illegal immigrants as they feel is right.
And the police department says we're not involved.
Right, just like Phoenix.
So what's the difference?
I think I think the difference is. Well, I mean, I think that.
You see what I'm saying?
No,
as opposed to
I think the
police department saying we're working with the federal government to round them up.
Well, again, we've got mayors of big cities that go out of their way to say, "Hey, you're welcome here. We are a sanctuary city. We will protect you." That doesn't have anything to do with the police. That has to do with like the mayor of a city declaring, "You're safe here. Don't worry about it."
I think there's an issue. And some of our law enforcement friends, including Sheriff Sheridan, that's not easy to say, by the way.
Put Jerry in front of it. It's a lot easier.
But if the local police is involved in immigration raids, then entire communities will stop cooperating with local police on anything. Didn't see anything. There was a shooting or there was a what? Nope. No,
a part of the community would do that.
And if there is somebody that is a rapist, somebody where there is somebody who is a bad guy on the loose, and they're afraid to call the police, that doesn't help anybody.
Worst thing that can happen to your community is that your community is scared to call the cops.
Yeah.
And so we've had. I think we've got to give all of these. Police departments that have come forward and said, "Hey, they're gonna have ICE raids, but we're not part of it.
Wasn't us.
It wasn't us. Let ICE do its job. We're doing something different." And I think the community needs to know that, and I think that's good.
Yeah, I think there's a solid argument there. Hey, we're outspoken against hunger, by the way.
That's right. We want you to text the word food to 620, 620, and we're going to give you a reason to give. Okay. What do you do if you're a mom of two and you run out of money and food at the end of the month? You'll be able to help this mom of two coming up next.
Hey, Pat Hickey over at Peoria Ford breaking the rules once again. There's an unauthorized factory Ford tent sale going on. Pat Hickey says, I see your employee pricing that Ford's doing for every Ford dealership in the country. And we're going to beat it with over $8,000 in extras. It's the reason why you would choose Peoria Ford. That's right. What extras are we talking about? How about 2 years free maintenance? Yeah, that's right. How about, right off the bat, that's a pretty good deal. 0% financing. Rebates of up to $20,000. That's right. And over 1,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. Let me give you a couple of the great deals going on right now. Broncos, brand new, $10,000 off. All right. How about Super Duties? Are you in the market for a F-250 or F-350? You're going to be towing something, that travel trailer? $15,000 off. That's right. And Peoria Ford is the largest Raptor dealer in Arizona. Come see why more people buy Raptors from them than anybody else. Easy to get to, 20 minutes from anywhere in the valley. Heck, they'll even come to you. All the details you need at PeoriaFord.com. Peoria Ford, just off the 101 at Bell Road. You buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, you pay too much.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. It is hosting season, summer backyard barbecues, poolside parties, and they've got all of the things you need for those events. Outdoor kitchens that will absolutely blow you away. Modern grills, rustic pizza ovens, pools, and remodeling that make it a splash all summer long in indoor and outdoor living spaces. Designed for Arizona living in mind. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love these guys. creativeenvironments.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Israel has launched what it's calling a preemptive strike against Iran and declared a state of emergency, according to that country's defense minister. ABC News contributor and former Marine Colonel Steve Ganyard says it's expected that Iran will respond.
The Iranians have thousands of missiles, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles that can reach Tel Aviv, reach Israel. And so obviously Israel's on alert and expecting some sort of a retaliation from the Iranians quite soon.
A federal judge has deemed President Trump's deployment of the California National Guard illegal and that it violates the 10th Amendment and exceeds the president's authority. The president has been ordered to return control of the National Guard deployed in Los Angeles to the state of California tomorrow at noon. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's get you home tonight. Little help now from Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Crashes all over Phoenix right now. You've got one on the left shoulder on I-10 westbound. That's near 43rd Avenue. Heading to the surface streets now. We've got Greenway and Parkview. Also 67th Avenue in Van Buren. And then one more. This is going to be on I-17 southbound at McDowell. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop, a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Hi,
Hi, it's Vince Murata. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. I hop on the Broomhead show at 8:50. Today was a little interesting, by the way.
Oh.
So we're doing a little project at the house, a little bit of remodeling.
Oh, yeah. At your house. Okay.
Yeah, my house.
I'm saying, whenever you always said this, it's like you and Broomhead. I'm like,
sorry.
okay, no, okay.
And there was, I haven't been able to use the Gatos 3000.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Because, we're ripping up some floors and stuff like that.
All heck's breaking loose.
So I'm getting ready to do the call on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what some of the guys start drilling. And it's loud. I had to run outside and go into the middle of the street where I could still hear it.
That was the quieter place.
Went and rang the doorbell at my neighbor's house, went inside and did the Big Q from over there today.
You are resourceful.
That's how I roll.
You are about getting it done.
That's how I got it done.
Okay, let's get into the Big Q.
If ICE raids a workplace, right?
Mm-hmm.
If ICE raids a workplace and rounds up undocumented employees, should the agency arrest employers who hired the workers too? Yes or no?
Interesting. I think people are going to say they're in favor of it, except if they were the ones, they wouldn't be. Let's go 71% yes.
76% yes?
Yeah. I got lots of friends that run businesses. But again, like we had one story where everybody in the place had passed the E-Verify, but they were here illegally.
I think that was
the employer.
Was Nebraska?
Somewhere, I was going to say Midwest.
So there's a food packing plant in Nebraska, and ICE was there, raided it, and the head of the company said, Dude, your E-Verify system doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because I ran everybody through it.
And they were
then
like, yeah.
Trump came in later today and said, maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Maybe we should let people who are picking lettuce and fruit and all that kind of stuff.
Working in hotels.
On a farm, working in hotels. Maybe we should leave them alone.
Yeah,
you think? Okay.
Now you say that.
Right, now you say it.
Now you say that.
Okay.
We are outspoken against hunger. We are, all this month, working to feed kids who are missing meals. 1 in 5 kids in the Valley suffer from some form of food insecurity. They don't know where their next meal is coming from at times.
Gosh, just hurts my heart.
It truly does, right? I mean, what wouldn't you do to help kids, right? But we actually, we sent our own Ballon Oversolts out to St. Mary's Food Bank, to their surprise location. So they have multiple locations. And this one serves a wide range, a different group of people, that you might say, than the one in downtown.
Didn't he say they were feeding 10,000 people a week?
Yes. Wow. Yes. St. Mary's Food Bank's feeding 10,000 people a week.
That was very loud.
Yeah.
Why don't you turn your thing off?
It wasn't mine.
Okay. One of the interesting things that Ballon brought up is that in Surprise, there are, like he met a young mom, right, who had 2 kids in the car, and she runs out of food the 4th week of the month.
We've heard about that before, right?
It's brutal. Yeah, I mean, it's so sad. You're kind of good. She has some food stamps. You're okay for week 1 of the month. 2, 3, you start running out of money and food, and then week 4 comes around, and it's like,
all of a sudden, the cupboard's bare, right?
Yeah.
It really helps my family out, just knowing that I don't have to really stress and worry about it all the time.
All right, so I just want you to picture this mother, a very young, young woman. It sounds, I think she was in her 20s.
Yep.
And she's got 2 little kids in the car. And when week 4 of the month comes, she has no food. Those kids are not going to get fed.
That's just heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. But when you go to St. Mary's Food Bank, you get a huge box of food, and mom can feed her children for the next week or so. And so that's who you're giving to. That mom needs that big box of food. So that's why we're asking you, text the word food to 620, 620. You do it now, and you give what you can, and we're trying to raise $40,000.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's hundreds of thousands of meals. And our friends at Axon said, hey, you guys raise, we'll what do they say about the $50,000? We'll match it.
We'll match. The first $50,000 you raise.
Yes.
We'll come out of our own pocket and match it.
So if you were to give right now,
oh boy,
whatever you can give will be matched. Just whatever you can give, think about it doubling in size. So text the word food to 620, 620. Just think about that mom who, if not for St. Mary's Food Bank, there's very little to eat for 7 days.
Yeah.
Until the paycheck comes.
Yeah.
And that,
or until food assistance, SNAP comes.
That ain't going to happen on our watch.
No. We appreciate your help. Again, text the word food to 620, 620. Thank you guys for spending some time with us today. Happy Thursday to you. We also appreciate all the work that goes on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got DJ Pauly B over there. Wheels of Steel, nice work. Our super producer, Jules, no thumbs up from her. Of course, the pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, delivering all that news and information. And getting you home today, Heather Larson with the traffic. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
You know, so you're lucky I put up with you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Imagine growing up in a home where dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to LundMortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's LundMortgage.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
The KTAR News app. Your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app. Presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.